Mm, mm. Hello, I am in my cat. So welcome to my channel, welcome to my stream. Don't forget to subscribe while you're here because most of my viewers aren't subscribed to me. So hit that notification bell while you're at it and join in. Hi Sophie, how are you darling? Just sharing out mate. How are you? Can you hear me okay? Because I had a bit of trouble with the sound. Do a reboot. Oh, sorry darling. Just got back from town, early birthday shopping. I'm good. How are you? Good, good. I'm feeling pretty good today. It's the last day of the antibiotics, so I reckon that I feel pretty good today. But like, I don't know how I'm going to be over the next coming days. Do you know what I mean? But that's just how it is. I'm used to that, you know. Excuse me. Mm, 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 mm. Want to set up some merchandise at the moment. I'm looking into it because like YouTube keeps on at me about doing merchandise and um, memberships. So I'm sort of looking into it at the moment. But I need to I want an original design to go with the channel, like for the merch. Obviously, I'll put like pictures of the cats on there probably and stuff. Ooh, that Primark's open. I forgot about that. I don't get to go shopping very often, so but I really do need to go out and get some stuff like clothes for a start for all of us. We all need clothes after a year in lockdown. Um, but yeah, I want to make a. I want a design. I don't know who to approach to get. But I want a design for my channel in general, like a sort of motif for the channel and for the merchandise. Um, and like obviously I'll put pictures of the cats on there and things like my little slogans, you know, like if you need someone to believe in, start with yourself. Or cat hair is my glitter. Hey, Tan. Oh, good idea. Yeah, is PJ good at this? Yeah, well, I've seen some of her work, and she has got such an artistic eye, isn't she? That I'm good at my craft, but I'm not like that artistic, and I love it. How are you, Tan? Lovely to see you, babe. Yeah, I really want something like original and very me, and uh, and then I also want like something music like wise, like an intro into the channel. Do you know what I mean? So as I can play it on every video. Yeah, she is amazing. Bless her. She's really good, isn't she? I've got there was a picture I put up on one of my videos where I shared her work, and I put that up um as the like thumbnail for the video because I thought it was so cool. Um, Yeah, I sort of don't know really what I'm come on to do. I was going to do my nails on it. I don't know if I should though. Thank you, Tanya. I hope she's all right. I hope everyone else is good. Hiya, Ted. Nice to see you, lovely. How are you? How's we go? Can you see the cat in the background? Look, one of the girls got out. She's sitting out there looking at me, being naughty. Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you. Sophie, bless you. That's lovely. Um, yeah, I like YouTube just keeps on about it because obviously I've way surpassed where you start doing that sort of thing. But it all happened so quickly that I didn't get a chance to sort of get to that point of doing it. Um, I don't really expect people to buy it, do you know what I mean? But it's like at the same time, I want my slogan out there. I want people to be like, I'm a misfit. Dave said last night on Dorius Lives, he said last night that if he sees someone with misfit in their name, that he generally accepts them as being a good person because he knows that they must be from my group of people. I thought that was really touching. I really liked hearing that. That was nice. Corella the clip merch, and he soap merchandise. I've literally made one as well. Fanny soap. got to have it all natural for the old. You don't want to get itchy fadged it. I shouldn't even go there at the moment. It's daytime YouTube, and I'm already on the kinky shit. That's your fault, Sophie. You brought it up. I know Tan brought it up first. It's always one of you. Last night on Dave's was hilarious because they just kept on like everything was sexual because the spirit box was making female orgasm sounds. I was laughing that hard that the kids kept coming to check on me because I was like coughing from laughing. Clean the cobwebs away. Funny Jill. I have to add like chili peppers to a homemade funny Jill. Sophie sets me off. I take no responsibility. Oh, quality. Go shagging. They were literally going. I was, I was sat there and it was like proper like groaning and stuff. I was like, oh no. But Dave was cracking up and just he got the giggles on, and it made me laugh so much. He's got such a filthy laugh. What am I looking at? I just stood up to do something, guys, and I can't remember. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get the bear down. Gonna get the bear down. Let's put him over here, shall we? I wonder if I can put. Can I put it near the computer? Will that set him off? I reckon it will, won't it? You lot are so naughty. Oh, hello. See if she's there. Let's see if the computer keeps him set off. I don't know if it does. I think it's the mobiles that set him off in it. Let me just have a look. Yeah, I wouldn't mind like doing my cards in one sense, but then I've also been thinking about like wanting to get charity, doing that for charity. Hang on, I've got to answer someone. Oh, bless you, Ted. Thank you, Flicker. Oh, I love you guys. Thank you. That means so much to me. Bless you. I do love all your support. It's really been like great getting to know you all. You know, I'm really like proud to have you all as my friends. Like, I don't care what people have said, and that I'm not the sort of person to judge people on what other people say. And I'm really glad that I've got to know you all. You've been really like good to me. I can't fault it. Sorry, someone's talking to me about that. Back on there. Ooh, yeah. No, you are, Sophie. I was innocent until I met you. She was totally innocent. Oh, bless you. Thank you. I can't believe that. Like, yeah, when I touch it, it works. So the computer isn't affecting it, is it? He's looking a bit ratty, and he needs a bit of a clean up. Oh, okay, darling. That'd be nice, and much love to her son. Enjoy your time with your family. It's good. It's nice that people are getting to see their loved ones again, like properly. Okay, now it's not stopping, so I reckon that's the mobile. I was innocent before I met you. Look, I don't think you was ever innocent, Sophie. Where can I put this that I won't get interruption from it? Like, as in, like, untrue reactions. I've got me kit over here. Oof, Kitty Woods. Kitty Woods. Oof. Ratty Bear. It's cute. It is, isn't it? I like the little tatty teddies. Oh, twatty ratty bear. There's a Pikachu in the house. Hi, Kitty. Yeah, I've got the unit that I was making. I've done a few bits of work, like building up, ready to have it, so as I can show guys rather than doing like 3 hours sitting here gluing it or like cutting it all up. I've cut it all ready so as I can show you all like as it like without too much time take, because obviously it takes a lot of time to do a unit like this. It's quite a big one. A big one, Jan. uh, uh, so yeah, I can show you some of that stuff. Well, we'll keep the bear on. See if he wants to talk to us. See if anyone in the house wants to have a chat. Say hello to anyone in the chat room. I'm going to. No, I haven't finished it. I've still got like I'm pretty much the same place as where I was, but I've got it prepared, like ready to show. Putting a few more bits together, like different size drawers and stuff. Um, and yeah, but there's quite a lot to go really. It's quite a big unit. I've got to make like little sections to go round the sides at the top, which will hold all of her paint, little drawers and all that. It's like going to be big, but I'm enjoying doing it. Like I like making things individual. You know what I mean? Ooh, that's not nice. That would probably make you feel sick. um, but yeah, I'll be doing that more. Obviously, I'll just keep doing it until it's finished. And I got this. I'm all excited by this. I got this. It's going to really help me. It was only like £4, but it's the first and only thing I've been able to buy crafting wise for quite a while because of like situations. You know what I mean? And so I'm all excited by the fact that I got myself a tape dispenser. It's going to come in well handy when I'm making cards and that. What else was I going to say about doing? Oh yeah, and there's this card that I want to make because I've got a die. new dye, and it was well cute. I also want to do like, do you think guys would like longer cat videos, like where I sort of put together like a montage of all the cats and that? Hey Kirsty, no worries, darling. You got to be careful of your heart now, ain't you? Try not to do too much. You can still order online shopping even though COVID's over. Do you know what I mean? You don't need to push yourself. So I've got this new dye which cuts this. Probably better with a black background to it. There's a picture of me there that when I was young. Excuse the cat hair. This dye cuts up like this, yeah. So I want to make a card with it. Put that picture away. My track needs taping up. I swear to God. I think I'll probably be safer if I take mine up. If only it didn't talk to us, Satan, tell us what we want. Llama, hello darling, you're right. Why would it make Nikki News jealous? I don't know, she wouldn't be jealous at all of me, would she? My boobies have grown a bit. And my top keeps pushing open. So I'll sit down. Yeah, I have to keep my pulse monitor and with me for the oxygen levels, obviously. Just be careful and don't panic when, like, if you watch that heart monitor all the time, you'll panic yourself because it's surprising what the heart can get up to normally. You end up sitting there going, oh my god, and that makes your heart race more. I know I can't help it, Can. Like, I used to be quite well known for that in the pub. I'd always be rubbing my nipples because, like, they go hard, don't they? So I'd be like rubbing. You can't, you're right. I'm sorry. You just came in when I'm talking about rubbing my nipples. We're doing good, Cart. How are you doing, darling? Well, if I lean in the wrong direction, they're not as perky as they used to be. That's for sure. But they're not bad for my age and considering that I was bigger a couple of years ago. they've my skin's sort of got quite like good. It's sort of pulling up. There's obviously a little bit of stretching marks and that, but like, I'm getting there. The arm bits that I hate, the wrinkly, stretched arms, but they're starting to go up as well. Nice to get my body back. Like when I first lost weight, I didn't think that I would get ever get like back to a healthy looking shape because I thought that my skin was stretched and that was it. I'd never get back there, but actually my skin's well got like quite elasticated still. Yes, I do tarot readings, Kirsty honey. Yeah, Sophie didn't quite understand about buttons. Obviously my content tends to recommend their content for some stupid reason. I suppose it's because they all like to talk about me a lot. Hiya, Jim. You right, babe? But I haven't done tarot readings like on lives yet, and I want to get to doing that I really do. But I think I'm going to try and ask Claire if she'll do some work with me, working how to like tune into my intuitive side for reading the cards. I don't know if Pocahontas is going live today yet, darling. I don't know. I hope so. That's okay, cards. It's a shame, really, because it's let me go and put the kettle on because I know that it's filled with cold water and it will take ages to boil. But it's a shame, really, because my content does sort of push my subscribers to go and have a look at their bollocks, and their content also recommends my content a lot, according to YouTube Studios. That's why I don't like to discuss them too often, because I think it's free publicity that they don't need. Not so much Eileen, but no, I certainly don't want to encourage people to go over there and get ripped off their money. Can I just go and put the kettle on? Hang on. Helps if I unmute it, doesn't it, before I start fucking talking, dickhead. Hello, sorry. No questions, no major questions, Lama. We know how scared you can make people when you start with your questioning. But Sophie sort of became quite aware in the end how it's not like the best idea to go there. So yeah, I don't know what to do. Should I do some storage box shit or a card or what? Yeah, I want to start doing that. Was what I was saying before. I want to start doing some of the cards to raise some money for charity and that. Like, I'm aware that I can now do that on my YouTube as well. Is I can excuse me, add fundraisers to it, which is good. Like, as in, that's sort of part of what I've always wanted to do with my channel. I've always wanted to make it helping people like me, people coming into these diseases do not understand just how severe they can be, and I wanted my channel to be very much to help others, because I came to YouTube looking for answers and for people like me, because I couldn't find anyone anywhere around me. Obviously, it's a rare condition when it affects your lungs and that. And so I do want to try and help the community that I started all this for. And I'd like to start trying to make cards in a quicker form, so as I can bulk make them and then donate them to charity, whether that be at the hospital or whether I'd like to do like a raffle on the channel or something. I don't know what my ideas are going to be, but and obviously I'd like to say before I even start, my intentions would be completely genuine. I would never do what I see other people doing, trying to raise money for themselves. That's not my purpose of this channel, but I would love to create awareness. Like, it really needs to be understood. Like, even RA patients don't know that it can affect the lungs, and that's messed up, isn't it? Like, that it can be that serious, and they don't really tell you. I know it's a bit morbid, so people don't want to always hear that side of it, and it's always about like, oh, if we get you on this medicine, it's going to be okay, but that's not always the case in RA. And I know quite a lot of people that have had a very severe response to rheumatoid arthritis. So, I'd like to promote awareness, raise charity to, like, people like me are looking for a cure. We want a cure, because most of our condition is also hereditary as well. So, we want, like, if I'm going to die of this shit, I want to know that when my kids if my kids ever end up like me, that they're going to have help. Can you see my Hennessy in the background, princess that she is? Hennessy. You're so pretty. She's a beauty, isn't she? What did Kirsty say? It was cute. Mommy, can you just kiss you? I'm going to. Who's looking at whose bollocks? I missed all this bit. Yeah, they did jump on you a bit, didn't they? Sophie, I did feel sorry for you, because I understand. But I understand how you sort of come across it, and it just because it does. My content recommends these people because they've put my name in the channel titles or video titles and shit. Not so much Eileen, but Nikki, but because of Nikki and her association with Eileen, the amount of times that they've put their names in each other's titles, it gets on the YouTube algorithm, and that's not the reason I want to be on the YouTube algorithm at all. And that's not the YouTube algorithm I want to put out either. I don't want to send people to not again so much to Eileen's, but Nikki. I don't want people to be ripped off. I feel bad enough about the ones that have been ripped off. Your loyalty is to me. Oh, loyalty was what it all started over. And that's my main thing. Like, you can do pretty much anything to me. You can say anything you want about me. Hey, Jenna, love you, miss Vera. Like, loyalty is the one thing. Loyalty and respect is the one thing that you can give someone. You gift it, whether it be in a love relationship, a friendship, online relationships. Anywhere you go, loyalty is that one thing that shows genuine care for someone, and loyalty that goes where, you know, like, I don't expect people to go and stand up for me. I don't want anyone to go and get themselves in shit to speak up for me unless they feel the need to. I would never ask anyone to do that, and I never have, including Nikki. I didn't ask her to go stand up for me against Sophie. It wasn't ever like that. It was, she actually went on there and was positively reinforcing someone who was at the time saying negative things about me, who had been there and looked after her for months, like going through having my own health issues and that, and having to deal with someone else's mental health wasn't easy. Do you know what I mean? And I did try and be a good hello, darling. I did try and be a good friend to her, and to Eileen at one time as well. Hello, Sammy. Lovely to see you. Hello, Catherine. Lovely to see you too, darling. How are you all? Very nice to see you. It's okay, Sophie. I'm there for all of you. Honestly, if any of you ever, if you need someone to talk to, obviously I'm ill, so sometimes I'm unavailable. Like I don't always pay attention to messages and stuff. If I'm poorly, I sort of will not be like commenting online as much or whatever. But I am always there, and if you reach out to me in a moment of need, I will always try and get back to you as soon as I possibly can. Obviously, it's got more since the channel's grown. It's harder to sort of like reach out to everyone individually, personally, all the time, because sometimes I'll spend all day answering messages and that, which I love. I love the connections and the community that we're building here. It's good. It's good for me. It's good, and I don't do it for me, but it is good for me. You know, I listen to your rant and rave. I listen to any of your rant and rave. Like, at the end of the day, we've all got problems. We've all got real life problems as well. And there's a lot of things that have gone on in this community that didn't need to be the way that they have been. So much hate and negativity is just not healthy. Let's be honest. We're all here as spiritual people that believe. And if you believe in like your own spirit, then you've got to make sure that you put out good into the world. You really do. Like, you can't go through life. Like, and I've done some bad things in life, as in I've acted on the spur of the moment, and I've acted on impulses that I probably shouldn't have in the past. But I've also been a good soul, as in I've fed hungry people and, you know, been there for people who needed support. And I think there's just always that one or two people who really do take advantage of that, aren't there? And that's been the problem, I think, in the community. And oh, bless you, Sam. I hope you feel better soon, darling. I've been the same, pretty run down lately with health-wise, and it just sucks. I don't want to be poorly again, like where I can't get up and move about, and it sucks. But yeah, fingers crossed, we're all feeling a little bit brighter soon. Poor Liz has broken her wrist proper, hasn't she? Everyone's upset. I know Buttons did say she. Thank you, Tan. I'm glad you love it here. And she as well that it heals. Positivity does heal, and so and as a public figure, social media, not giant, but a social media figure, that it's really important to try and put out some love and positivity and put that across as a good example to people, you know. And the thing is, you can have a laugh and be kind at the same time, can't you? I'm not going to dye my hair red. The spirits told me to last night. I asked them. At the point the bear hasn't gone off, has it? Hen hen. She's sitting on my box that's meant to like look good. Are you off, Kirsty? Take care, darling. Have a good day. Yes, agreed, Sammy. I can't wait to sort of be able to move about a bit and get out a bit more while I'm still feeling quite good because I don't know how long it will last. You know what I mean? So I want to enjoy it. Like, and it's been quite annoying because obviously my first time of feeling a bit better has been throughout lockdown, so I couldn't get out and do things that I would normally have done years ago before getting sick. But but I'm still grateful that it's there. You know. Um, a little boy kitten turns out to be a girl. It's not easy. It's not easy to always sex a kitten. Like Coco didn't grow balls until 18 months old, so I thought he was a girl. I had a cat that turned up as a stray and never left my home, and I called it Mrs. And it was only when we had to have her put down that we found out it was actually a neutered boy. Um, then there's other kittens like Phoenix is over there looking really cute and adorable asleep, bless him. He's snuggled up like this. But, hi, Neve. There's Sky. Come on, Sky, before you get pregnant as well. Come on in, baby. Yeah, no, Neve, you're not going out there already. Like, Neve is literally already trying to get out to get pregnant again. This is not good. I need to get them done. I'm going to end up with cats crawling out of my walls soon, I think. What was I going to say as well? Buddy, the little ginger and white boy. Like, because obviously the 4 kittens that are ginger, um, they're all girls, which is very rare, and that's why I kept them. I always keep the rare ones because I don't think that they get looked after properly or they get like used to breed and stuff. I won't let anyone have any of the rare ones, and I won't let them go out the house either because they'll get stolen. But anyway, yeah, I got 4 ginger girls. One of them's currently pregnant, so that's going to be interesting to see what colours she has as babies. um, Buddy's got big bollocks. I don't know why I went into a dance and made them, but it was like, he's got big balls and I can't. Yeah, he came out and I knew he was a boy straight away. But like, it's not always like that. Usually, what you look at is if it's a dot and a dot, that's, hang on, I'm going to get it wrong now. If it's a dot and a dot, that's a boy. And if it's an exclamation mark, it's a girl. Like when you lift the towel. Just woke up not long ago. I'm going to take dogs on a walk, even though I now have a dog in me and a bad back. I still try to keep active. Oh, bless you, babe. That's Cass Bob in my head, yeah. Bless you, babe. You have got to keep active though, as best you can. Having like animals in general helps to keep active because you have to get up. Like the cats, having 12 cats is sort of what helped me get active again. um, it's um, you put me off every time you put me back into thinking about sex, woman. No, yeah, yeah. I think they're having 6 kittens all born at once last year, or like 18 months ago. was what really sort of triggered me from going to doing from bed exercises. And like I was trying anyway. And then I had the kittens, and it was like I've got to get up and do things every day, otherwise I'm not like the house will be a wreck. You know what I mean? So that was what sort of pushed me to do more. Like the fact is, take care, Sophie. Love you, little darling. Um, the fact is, what I discovered with like pain diseases was that I'm going to be in pain. No way, like no matter what I do, it hurts. Yeah, if I lay down on the sofa, it hurts. If I sit up on the sofa, it hurts. If I walk with shoes on, it hurts. If I walk outside, it hurts. If I climb the stairs, I can't breathe. There's so many um, things that are a struggle, but they're going to be a struggle whether I'm doing something that makes me happy or doing something that improves my world, um, or if I'm not. If I'm sitting on the sofa sulking about it, I'm still going to feel like shit. And if I get up and do something like crafting that makes me feel good in myself for a little while, then I'm I'm still going to hurt, but I'm going to feel better. Do you know what I mean? And it really does work. It's true that you can't, no matter what your deal is, you can't sit and wallow in it because this is your life. Welcome to it. You only get one chance. Live it to the best of your ability. Even if the best of your ability is only getting up and doing a bit of crafting around the house, like make a cake or something, cook a dinner, and actually put yourself into cooking it, even though you know you're going to really hurt afterwards. Get up and do it because you can. You think you can't because of the pain, but you can. You're going to be in pain anyway. You know, you just got to push yourself. There was times where I would crawl across the floor, um, in agony trying to cook. I would drop food on the floor as I was cooking it and stuff because my hands weren't working very well and stuff like that. But if I didn't get up and do it, I felt like a failure. So I had to, you know what I mean? If I didn't do it, my kids had to deal with it. That is the thing. That's the difference for me, is that whatever I cannot do because of my disabilities means my kids have to help me. And I don't want to ever put on them any more than what they've already got put on them because of it. You know what I mean? It's like their life's pretty like been hard because of it. So I'm going to get up off my arse and do everything I can to do the best that I can in whatever level that is. And they appreciate that as well. They do understand that I'm like that. In fact, I drive them mad with it because I'm always like, no, I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it. And they're like, let me help you. No, no, I'll do it, I'll do it. And because I would rather, when I'm like going into hospital and shit, and it is really bad, like when I can't breathe the last couple of weeks, they've had to help me a lot more. And I've had Harvey getting up in the middle of the night, coming down and sitting with me while I'm in crisis because he's scared that I'm going to die. And that's the sort of things that they already go through, and I need to reserve their stress levels for those issues and not put more on them whenever I can. If I can do it, I'll do it myself. But when you've got a partner, I suppose, although I suppose it's also a personal individual thing, because I know plenty of people with partners who just don't quit easy at all. And but when you have got a partner, it is easy to go, oh well, he can do it for me. Hey, you shrimp, you right? Can you see my boobs? Um, how are you, shrimp? Thank you. But yeah, you know you just got to get up and do your best, whatever that best is, and life life will pass you by otherwise. Like when you're sitting there saying like, yeah, I'm happy with the way you feel, or the what I'm happy with the way you look, and that um, you've got to at least make the effort then, ain't you? If you feel like that, if it's making you unhappy, you've got to try. Yeah, I mean, I know they want to help me, bless them. They are good kids, they really are. And but it is just that, like, like, because I've been a single mum, you see, like since the two babies were born. I call them babies still because they're two young ones. I've got two older ones, two younger ones, so it's like the boys and the babies, I say. Mine look like two cherries. Yeah, but I've been on steroids for a couple of weeks, so it is a bit of I've had a bit of a boost in the boobage area, which is nice for a little while. Um, I like to look at them myself. um, but yeah, I just I think it has been my drive to always do as much as I could through this as well. That has given the kids the respect for me. That's why my kids would never ever say like, oh, "I think you're faking it, mum." Like they might actually joke about that, as in because they know it's something that pisses me off. But like, uh, that's that's our relationship. Like we're always joking about and taking piss out of each other. But my kids would never ever say to me like, "You're faking it, mum," or "Stop overacting it." Like Deck will sometimes shout at me, "Stop coughing," and it's like, but he knows that I can't stop coughing. It's just that's his way of saying I'm getting worried about you coughing. Wills, you're pregnant woman, be careful. I need to go pull my coffee out. Is that all right? I'm back in a second, girls. Is there boys? Oh yeah, there's boys as well. Boys. The thing is, nice thing with having the two cherries, Tan, is that, and my mum used to say this to me when I was younger because I used to be like gutted because my tits were small, and as you do, for some reason you get gutted about it, don't you, as a kid, as a teenager, like a youth, and but then my mum always said like you'll be really grateful for it when you get older because they'll be much more pert and and you'll grow into your boobs sort of thing. And I was always anorexic, so I basically never had tits until um really until I started gaining weight. And that's the one nice side effect of gaining weight was having big old bazookas. Literally could like place my dinner on them. Like I'd look down and I couldn't even see my belly. You know what I mean? All I could see was my big jug sitting there, rest my like chin on them and shit. But at the same time, the rest of me looked awful. So it was, yeah. I mean, I wasn't proud enough to show them off at the time. Spare ironing board. I haven't even got an ironing board. But no, my boobs did shrink quite a bit while like when I lost all the weight, and I've lost like I was down to 8 stone a couple of weeks ago, and now I'm just over 9, which is still in my healthy weight range. I'm not into like going back overweight again yet, but the little bit of extra weight has pumped my boobies, so why not get them out and show you all? Share. I like to share the joy with the world. Do you know what I mean? They look. Mine don't even look at me. They fell out with me. See, I thought that was going to happen, like because I lost weight. Like, and they did at first. They sort of were sagging down and that, and I was like, oh, they look like bunny ears, just hanging there, rather depressingly. And I thought I was always going to look like a really old, wrinkly woman now. And to be honest, actually, like it's hiya, Claire, darling. You alright, babe? We're talking about my tits, mate. Um, have I had my illnesses all my life? Well, I was born ill, like as in I was born dead. It's blunt in it, but I feel like I've been chased by the Grim Reaper ever since. I'll come back in a minute. I'm going to get a coffee because I'm really parched. Hang on a minute, babes, and I'll be back with you, and we'll talk about that. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I was born dead, and yes, I do think the abuse stress is what caused me to get as ill as I did when I did. Um, I think, like, right, I'll sort of I'll run through a quick synopsis of my life on the medical side of things. Yeah, I was born dead, and then my first 5 years, I was basically struggling very much and learning how to overcome aphasia and dyspraxia. You might have learnt about aphasia in psychology. Actually, I done my final dissertation essay was all about aphasia, which was fascinating for me to really understand the condition, because obviously when I was a child, it wasn't understood at all. Like, in fact, they didn't call it aphasia and dyspraxia back then; they just called it aphasia. Dyspraxia was diagnosed later, as in, like, looking back. Obviously, I had dyspraxia as well. Hiya, Shelley. It's lovely to see you, my darling. Yeah, fibroid is triggered, but also all autoimmune diseases are triggered by stress, without a doubt. Literally, I have not come across a single person who has got an autoimmune disease who hasn't had massive amounts of stress leading into it, unfortunately. And like what happened with Claire is what happened with me as well. Like, my body got poisoned by a dodgy gallbladder, and I think that triggered my immune system to just shut down completely, or like to go haywire and start attacking myself and my own cells, because I've got like so many conditions since that surgery and it all going wrong. Hi, Steph, you're right, babe. Welcome back, Llama. Um, Literally, I dealt with aphasia, which is the loss of speech, which obviously I was born, like, children are not born able to speak, so they didn't quite work out what was going on with me at first. My mum actually watched the Open University thing on BBC Two when I was like about 2 years old, and realised, and it was about aphasia, and realised that this was what was wrong with me. Took me to the doctors. I got diagnosed, and then I went through, like, I had some of my earliest memories are in speech therapy and like, well, they called it therapy, but I'd have to, like, do exercises like the patting the head and rubbing the stomach and stuff like that, and touching the nose, doing that whole business to learn how to overcome my issues with being very clumsy. Like, this dyspraxia was used to be called clumsy child syndrome. Um, and I'm sure that I'd probably be diagnosed with something on the spectrum nowadays as well if I was a child in this day and age. But hello, Dave, darling, you're right. It was lovely last night. You really kept my spirits up, Dave. Thank you. So then what happened was, um, and I overcome it. My mum fought for me to go to a normal school. They wanted me to go to a special needs school. And my mum and dad were very much of the nature that you're not disabled. That it doesn't exist. Disability does not exist. No matter what your abilities are, there are abilities that can overtake others. If you haven't got one, you can learn how to manage, like, parts of your brain kick in that weren't going to work otherwise because of having brain damage. Yeah. It never goes away, does it, Castor? Once you've been poisoned through your bloodstream with that force of septicemia, you just get sepsis a lot. Yep, exactly. I go into sepsis with every infection. You're obsessed with the name Dave. But yeah, so my mum fought for me to go to a normal school. They wouldn't accept that I couldn't talk. Like, they were literally told that I would never walk or talk, and I did. So, but I was like 5 before I started talking and walking properly. I was a lot older than 5 before I was talking properly, but 5 was when I started walking, and that. And I think about that. I was pretty old anyway, so I was behind on all of those sort of developmental things. But I was also like, not premature, but I didn't develop inside my mum. So I had like empty bones, non-developed lungs, which I do wonder if that's had some impact on my situation now. And I was really poorly, like, you know, I was a special care baby back in 1977 when special care babies weren't as likely to survive. I was £2 or something like that. It was like my mum used to say I weighed the same as a bag of sugar, and my dad said that I fitted in the palm of his hand, but he has got fucking shovels for hands. But yeah. um, so and then I went to a normal school. By the age of 11, I had the reading ability of a 16-year-old. Hiya, Shaz. And was considered to have a high, like, mental level IQ, even though it's not like super high. Like it's in that mental level, which is great. And I don't know why that happened. I don't understand it really, apart from the fact that the brain fires up where parts are dead, other bits of the brain fire up and take over. I'm not sure what I'm making yet, Steph. I think I'm going to make this. So then I went to normal school and things sort of developed. And then at 10, I was taken to hospital I was being sick and I couldn't go to the toilet and stuff. And they thought I had appendicitis. It wasn't. They ended up keeping me in hospital for 10 months. They sent me to London, St Thomas's, for 6 months, which was quite hard on my family, I suppose. You know, I mean, you can imagine, can't you? My mum had to come backwards and forwards to London every day to be with me. I was only 10 years old, so 10 to 11. I'd only just started at senior school. And that was a journey and a half. I won't go into too many details because it's pretty gross. I had a lot of experiments done on me. I had medications that had never been trialled on children before that caused me to have, like, my pupils blew up massive, and it's damaged my eyesight over the years from too much light getting in. And yeah, my stomach was a wreck, and they said that it was like my nervous system had shut down and wasn't telling my body that I needed to go to the toilet, and that's why I looked pregnant by the time I got out of hospital, and I was like 10 years old. So when I finally did get out of hospital, I went back to school, and they thought that I was intelligent enough to make do, like, and not go back a year, even though I'd missed a year of school by that time, which is pretty outstanding considering my start in life. I didn't succeed as well as I would have if I'd have gone back a year, though I probably should have gone back a year to have maximised my potential in life. But obviously, I was a kid. I wanted to be amongst my own age group, and then that sort of developed into the anorexia. That was where the anorexia began, and mental health issues as well, I suppose. Like, as in it is part and parcel, isn't it? Because I looked pregnant when I got out of hospital, and I'd always been very slim. I was like a gymnast as a child, and you know, always very athletic and that sport, like not sporty but active. And but then looking back now, I would always say that actually I did always have pain that isn't normal, but I didn't know it wasn't normal as a child. But I was the kid that would make her dad carry her everywhere because my legs would hurt. Like, literally, I used to feel like my legs were breaking when I was a kid, and my mum used to be like, "Stop being a hypochondriac," you know. And I'd be like, "No, it really hurts to walk." And now I look back and I think, well, did I actually always have RA? Because, like, it is hereditary, and it runs in my family. My nan's got it, my mum's now got it, I've got it. So my dad's actually got it as well, which is even worse, isn't it? It's probably why I've got the gene for it, really, isn't it? Llama. The big um Tan's always leaking. Yeah, then what happened? The anorexia sort of was a big issue, I suppose, really. That's lived with me forever, really, on and off. Like, I have dealt with it at times, and sometimes it comes back. It's like, if things go wrong, I don't eat. Simple. That's always been my way. It's horrible because I don't think you're ever not anorexic, unfortunately. Even when I was 16 and a half stone, which seems ridiculous. Oh, Dave, love you. Thank you, darling. You're so gorgeous. So at 12 years old, like, this is how crazy my life is. This is why I had to tell my story, right? Because there was so much. There. It is unbelievable if you look back at my life and my medical history and what happened to me. You just think, God, even I have thought so many times, like, is this really true? Is this shit going on? Because, like, or am I making it up in my fucking head or what? Because, like, you know what I mean? Like, every time I go for the lung function thing, and, you know, it turns out like, oh, they've gone downhill again, and it's like I keep going in there thinking that they're going to tell me that it's all been a mistake and that I'm fine, and that's my attitude towards it a lot, and because I suppose I have been fine when a lot of people thought I wouldn't be throughout life. I was always sort of like, the day I was born, they said to my mum, it's like 1 in 100,000, like, that she will survive the night. There's like very little chance she will survive the night. Do you know what I mean? Conditions that I've had, it's been like 300 people in the country that have got it or whatever. Like, so, like, why the fuck? Why? Like, and that's why I needed to put my story out there, because I believe it's got to be connected. It's got to all be connected, and there's got to be some medical genius sitting out there that's going to watch my story because they want to cure this disease or whatever, and that that my story will help even if I'm dead at that time. Sorry for being morbid again, but like, it was important to me when I knew that my lungs were as bad as they were that I got it out there as quick as possible. I'd always wanted to write a book about it, and my mental health as well. I thought that it would benefit people to tell my story. Like, so I had to get it out there quick. So the YouTube channel was the best way to go at the time, because I thought I'll never have time to write a book, and I probably could have by now because I'm a survivor. Anyway, 12 years old. I think I was 12, like just about to turn 13, and I went to the hospital. I was referred up to the specialist hospital because I had a birthmark. As you know, like I've said that before, I probably should have added that in there. I had the birthmark on my face as well, that I was born with, and a hole in the back of my head where they cut my mum open and cut me open, my head open as well. But I had my birthmark, and I was being bullied, obviously, as you would be. I was severely bullied, really, as a child. Like, although I was also a popular kid, like, it was strange. I had a strange persona as a youth or an adolescent. I was the one that looked different, but people liked, and do you know what I mean? I used to stick up for the bullied kids, or like the more different kids, because I was different too. But I'd be in the popular group as well, and I was a social butterfly sort of thing. I do come out of myself socially. I'm very, especially as a youth, before life hurt me as much as it has, and brought me down a peg or two. I was very in your face, like, I was an outgoing, bubbly person, and I still am, really. I really am still a very outgoing, bubbly person who loves being sociable and talking to people and stuff, obviously. Then I went to the hospital to get makeup to try and cover my birthmark up. not so much on a daily basis. I didn't want to get rid of my birthmark actually, like as such. Um, but like I wanted it to be possible to look normal because like, I'd walk, like my hair naturally used to always grow all over this side of my face. It would all hang down over this side of my face. My hair's always been like to my arse length, always was, and I would walk around town even like with my family and hold myself like that and hide my face and stuff because people stared and were horrible. And there was a couple of kids at school that were really cool, like some of the names that they'd call you and that. And obviously I was coming into those teenage years and wanting to be a beautiful young girl, or at least an attractive young girl, as you do when you're fantasizing about Jason Donovan. I don't know. I went to the hospital to see about makeup to cover my birthmark, which didn't really work out very well. My birthmark was incredibly black skin, very like think of the darker, very dark skinned black people. That was how dark my birthmark was, and my skin itself is very, as you can see, very very white. Hi, PJ. It has been awful, mate. They keep talking sex and making me think about sex and stuff, and it's putting me off. So yeah, I went in and the makeup just didn't cover it. It wasn't good enough back then. I'm sure they've got a lot better now. You know what I mean? I'm sure it's a lot more quality now that they can do a lot more things before removing part of your face. Um, but what happened was basically they tested me while I was there because I'd had a lump growing out of it here. It was a teardrop shape like this, and it used to come here. A chocolate, big brown chocolate teardrop was what I used to call it. And I miss it, I miss that part of myself. Hi, Greg. Thank you. Made me choke. So I had this lump growing out of it, and for years I had like it had bled a lot. Like I'd catch it, it'd get itchy, and I'd catch it, and it'd bleed and stuff. But we never checked it. We never had it checked. So what happened then was um, they phoned us back and was like, it's got cancerous cells in it, and I had my first surgery a couple of weeks later. My first of four surgeries between like I think I was 13 by the time I had the first surgery, or like just like it was literally just about to turn 13, and obviously that's a bit of a shocker at 12, 13 years old to lay there because I had to be awake as well. The first surgery I was asleep. To be fair, they knocked me out for that one. Um, and that was where they cut out the lump to get rid of the dangerous bit first, but they couldn't remove the whole birthmark in one go without damaging my face severely. It would have put like it already has pulled this side of my face down slightly, and I'm my face has never been as pretty as it was as a little girl, although obviously I was a little girl, so I was pretty cute. But like, my face, I've always felt like I looked better with my birthmark than I have since because it's changed the synchronicity of my face. You know what I mean? And that does change your beauty, doesn't it? Um, so yeah, every year I'd have a surgery, awake on the last three, and they would cut my face open right here, and I'd have to be awake watching them as they pull it open, pull it out, slice down my face. I suppose it certainly prepared me for the life that I've had to live through and some of the tests and shit I've had to deal with. um, But to be honest, I never felt of it as like I had cancer or anything like that. So I suppose I really am very lucky that it didn't, because they said if I'd have left it for another 18 months, they reckon that my cheekbone would have been eaten away by the cancer and that my face would have dropped down completely on one side. So I was very lucky, really, but it was just, it's a lot to go through as a young lady, isn't it? Especially like changing the way you look and that. And I think anorexia was also a part of that. It was something I could control about the way that I looked because I needed, like, I had a lot of issues in my head, like dealing with some of those things that I'd been through. Some of the experiences that I had in hospital for 10 months were pretty bad. And there's been other stuff in my life that I won't get into on here yet as a child that's had a major effect on my life, on my mental health state, over the years, of course. So, like, I mean, I won't get into it here because it's a difficult subject, you know what I mean? I don't want to trigger people, but, I'm sure you can all work out that, like, things have been hard for me at times in a lot of ways. And then at 16, I had my last surgery on my face. Well, I'll go back again and see so much what happened in my life. At 14, just coming into 15, an ex-boyfriend kicked me in the back. I couldn't walk for a couple of days. I was really very in a lot of pain. Oh, PJ, bless you. Thank you, darling. It's so sweet of you guys. You've all been so supportive. I love you all. I love you now. Yeah, Claire, it's surprising how much we've got in common, and it does, like, when everyone was saying about, like with because what Nikki said about with you, I just had to sort of put it out there that your story was very believable to me because it's actually literally so close to what I went through myself. Yeah, Lama, you're fucking hilarious. Yeah, I've got an admirer. I've got a couple of admirers, Lama. People love me, Lama. You love me, Lama. You've told me loads of times you want to eat my pussy. What was it? How does this always happen? Every time I steer it away from the conversation, the sex conversation. This is what was happening in Dave's last night. It just kept reverting to sexual innuendo and crudity. There were so many dirty, kinky laughs coming out of us all. It was fucking hilarious. I literally nearly peed enough times. I was like, you're testing my pelvic floors tonight. Anyway, how are you, Strange Times? Lovely to see you, Steve. How you doing, babe? Um, yeah, I had my last surgery when I was 6 weeks pregnant with my eldest son. I was 16. Um, I'd just been kicked out of home. And we were living in a homeless hostel. And I'd fallen pregnant. And yeah, I was literally just turned 16. And I said to the hospital, like when I went in for my final surgery, I said to the hospital, I've got to answer that message. Hang on. Oh, Claire, thank you, bless you, darling. Um, hang on. Um, Sorry about that, guys. What was I saying? Right. So yeah, I said to the hospital, I'm like pretty sure that I'm pregnant, and they were like, "Oh, you're too young to be pregnant. Don't worry about it. It's fine." And gave me the surgery anyway. And that was my last one. Luckily, my last surgery, because all the other all the other surgeries, like, there is a PayPal link on my YouTube channel by PJ. On my home page or about page or whatever, there is actually a link for PayPal. But I just don't. Obviously, I don't like to advertise it out. I'm not. I, I don't expect anything from any of you, and I really do appreciate everything that you've all done for me. It's really touching. Um, yeah, I will have to. But it is really nice. It's nice to know that my work's sort of being looked at now, as well as being appreciated a bit now. Obviously, I have put a lot into the channel, so thank you, thank you. I won't tell people not to be doing it because I do really appreciate it, and I'm not going to sit there and lie and say that I don't want my channel to help me in some way, but it's not what I'm doing it for, and I do love you all. I love you all greatly. Yeah, whenever I've been in a position to give, I do. I like to give. I really do. Especially like smaller channels. It's and like ones that are really genuinely trying to like put out good paranormal content. Like I need to donate to Sammy. I've always wanted to donate to Sammy or become a member. Maybe I think becoming a member is now the way to go as well, isn't it? Yeah, thank you. And the crafts do cost. They cost a fortune, really. So yeah, when I had the last surgery, it worked as well because all three of the first surgeries, which also fucked up my self perception. Bearing in mind, as a young child, I'd spent a lot of time staring in the mirror, looking at myself, wondering why I looked like I did. Where did I get my work mat one? This one is from Amazon. I pretty much get most of things from Amazon, Tonic or Crafter's Companion, and a bit of the works and that. But I'm definitely, because I've got my Amazon Prime. Amazon really helps me out there. I might look into getting some affiliate links for that because I really should as a crafter. I feel like I fail as a crafter sometimes because I don't put in. People like to know what dye you're using, what dye cutting machine you're using, and where you got it from. So I'd like to put in links and look into affiliate links and stuff like that for the crafting side of the channel. And even for the cats, I mean, the cats could easily advertise for themselves. You know what I mean? They are the famous ones after all. Like pretty much most of my subscribers are here to see my cats, not me. But I love you guys who are here with me as friends. You're the special ones. You're the ones that have made this so worthwhile for me. You've made me feel like I've got a crew, which I haven't had for a while. Through being ill, like being stuck indoors sucks for your social life, doesn't it? And I was always very much a social person, um, bit of a queen of it, you know what I mean? Always dancing everywhere and lovely, like like people would say lovely things, like I'd give them a buzz just to see them and stuff, you know. Do the membership thing. Yeah, that's what I was looking into, Dave. I'm going to do the membership, and I want to do some merch, not a great crazy amount, and I'm gonna charge it as low as I can possibly make it, but with still decent quality like t-shirts and stuff. But and try and put in as many things as I can that'll be like cheaper things for people to buy, just to have like a misfit thing or that Misfits has got to come into it because Misfits has now become really important to me. All of you are Misfits in your own way, and I love you all for it. That's what I am. It's what I've always been. And it was when Shez said the Jenna Misfit bit, and it was just so perfect and for all of us. So Misfit will stay. Misfit is definitely us. We are a crew together. Do you get all the cash if it's donated this way? Not through YouTube. YouTube takes half of it basically. I was quite shocked at how much YouTube takes. Like on YouTube itself, it's almost better for people to be watching my adverts. If you watch all my adverts and watch all my videos, then I'm gonna benefit from that, and I appreciate that as well. It means a lot to me that people will, like I do it for other people. I'll sit and watch their adverts because I respect them. If I like the channel enough that I think they deserve it, I'll sit and watch their adverts because it's, you know, mods it, isn't it? You need that disclaimer. I'm not doing any of that, Lama. I think you know me better than that, Lama, as well. I'm not. Like I'm actually a little bit disappointed to see some other people who have been like really promoting, trying to get money. I understand if you run a channel that costs money and you're promoting to get a new item or something like that. But to see some that are like just e-begging is what they call it, isn't it? That's different. It is about 45-50% llama is what YouTube takes, Google takes, whatever. Oh, I'd love to do the riddles soon, Claire. Whenever you're ready, really. Like it's sometimes it's easier for me in the daytime because my daughter's not here and it doesn't distress her if I'm talking. So I can always come on to, but I want to start doing some panels with you and stuff. And I've got a kitten climbing my legs. Ah, hello, buddy. Come and say hello and stop ruining my tights. Hi. Hi, Gucci. I can see you. Where you going, baby? But through PayPal, you get the whole thing and you get it straight away as well, which is why a lot of people do promote their PayPal on their live streams and that, because it is, you get the whole amount and then um, um, you get it instantly rather than at the end of the month or whatever. I'd love to see, give me some ideas and designs and that. It'd be lovely, PJ. I really want help with it because I'm just not good at that stuff. And I want some really like good things that go with the ethos of the channel, who I am, obviously. Um, as I said, I reckon that it would sell if I put pictures of my pussy on there, but okay, that would be great. Girls' weekend to Skegness. Sounds good. I'm yeah. I think the memberships you get more, like you get more yourself from it. Welcome back, Jim. Yeah, I believe I don't know yet because I haven't done the memberships. So if Dave says 30%, then that's a better. Like I thought that it was going to be 30% for like the super chats and stuff. I was quite surprised that it's really that much. I think like that's what I say, PJ. I mean, I'll advertise your channel anyway, even if you didn't. But I'll definitely, you know, that I'll be promoting you, especially like if you do the design, then you can put something on there as well to link up. I'll link you up on my channels, associated channels as well. I'm just trying to read through because I know that I've skipped up a bit. See, don't talk about pee too much because I'll wee myself. I need to get to the toilet. Is it her golden juice? Okay. Golden shells. Think. Ow! He's climbing my legs. That's a Stranger times. thinks it's MPV. Oh, they're literally cutting my legs open to the point where I've literally had blood pouring down my legs and stuff. Like, it's crazy. I, I can't get away with naked legs this summer, I don't think. Survival of the fittest, got to do what you got to do. Yeah, see, I was thinking, like, would I do Patreon, but then have I got the ability to put out enough content to put out regular content on my, like, putting out regular content on my channel has always been the biggest struggle for me as a creator, to get, like, to proceed, to get further than what I was. You know, people like Eileen, who was always on every day live, it gives you that opportunity to build the momentum. But because I would always have like a couple of months off here and there because of my health or because people are cunts, then so would I be able, like, I didn't ever get that traction, and it was only really when I hit 1K that I started putting out as much content as I could because of the shorts. Obviously, it's quite easy to film the cats for a minute compared to what I do on my craft videos. My craft videos take a lot of money, a lot of effort, a lot of time, and they don't get the views, in all honesty. The cats get like 450k views, and my craft videos get 45, which sucks because I put in a lot of work, and I'd like to get my crafting stuff out there a bit more. I think PJ should start doing her crafts on camera, and Shaz. I think it would be great. I'd so back that shit. How can so mum be both an inbred and a mongrel? Can someone explain that? Baked drinks, good Castor can have live in peace, no trolls, etc. Just a laugh. That's my mother. I better remind Harvey he's got to go and pick up his uniform for like he's a chef at college, isn't it? Like he's getting his hair cut at the moment. Nan, as I don't have the clue. My mum. Did I hit this button? Let's read what's saying there. Yeah, I didn't want that. Like even mentioning. Yeah, mother says hi to you. Look. Uh, yeah, after what happened with seeing Eileen mentioning it and stuff was I was like, I'm not even really comfortable with mentioning about the merch and that, but obviously YouTube are going on at me about doing it because I'm like meant to have done it back when I first got monetized. So yeah, that would be good to do a live on the Patreon. I suppose I could do that, couldn't I? It would be a lot easier, and then we could say and do what we want without being stalked for it. I don't know what the smallest Patreon monthly sum is. I haven't really looked into it all as much. Like I've only just opened up the merch thing, and it was like, but what design am I gonna do? I'm like, oh no. Like I want, obviously, like Mama Castor's got to be in there somehow, but Mongol, bigamy. long list of arsehole possibilities. See, mine's just a hobby to learn people, show people what I do, and I'm an author now, selling my books and things. My podcast just got published. Really, Claire, well done. I always wanted to be that. Writing a book was always my thing that I wanted to do. I wanted to write about my life stories, like not only the health, but my mental health issues and like the extreme side of my life, like through some of the years, my younger years, my younger, more daring, more dangerous, more naughty years. There are some stories that I could tell from like raving and stuff like that, and just my life in general, that I think people would be so shocked to hear some of them. And maybe I could do that on my Patreon. Here's where you get to know the real Mama Cass. And I'm not talking OnlyFans style. I'm not prepared. But yeah, why not? At the end of the day, I have got 13k subs. It's, at that point where I should be doing those things. And lots of other people are doing those things, so why not? And I'd like to have the idea of people out there like wearing a t-shirt about like showing support for me is pretty cool, isn't it? I've never had a sex toy fail to penetrate my customs border. Tan, are you bottling your piss? We could sell that, Tan. That would be. Yeah, we must have more PJ's card readings now. Need a wee. Oh my god. News one. Second custom. Dry wank one. Oh, angry wank one. What's the difference between balls deep and teabagging? That was a subject that came up in Dave's last night as well. Llama, you fucking cunt, funny cunt. You're not a shit cunt. You're a funny cunt. See, I can call anyone a cunt because I can call. It's such a versatile word, isn't it? You're either a really like funny one, or you're a sexy one, or you're a shit one. If you're a shit one, I really don't like you. Yeah, it's not easy to commit to any of it. Like all of the whole channel thing even has been hard to commit to, like fully. Um, like people say about that they can't understand how I can craft while I'm poorly, but I don't understand how people can do like live streaming and talking and especially getting emotional and stuff when it's all drama bollocks. Um, like it takes it out of me. I have to have a break after I've done it, after I've been like on a live stream, and I end up. I usually sit down and fall asleep straight away afterwards. My stream was very well behaved, actually, Cass. No, it wasn't. We did have a few serious conversations inserted here and there. I was literally like that the whole way through. I was coughing every time I laughed. On my days, it was so funny. Ain't nobody selling my bit. James will be devastated. He has missed the certainty. We've got a queen and an empress. There's only one true dragon. Like, you have to actually have fire in your soul to be a dragon, don't you? And I don't see that in the whole Empress thing. Do doesn't doesn't speak dragon to me. Dragon is like a legendary hero of massive power and fortitude, and that's not it. She may well breathe fire, but like she hasn't got it in her soul. Llama, did you dip your tea bags? Yeah, I was sad that you missed it, Shelley, because you're usually in there, and I haven't been in there a couple of times because of being poorly. I keep missing things, and yeah, I'm like, it was a good laugh last night. It was really good fun. Definitely try and catch them. Yeah, Tan can come to Dave's chat. You'll really enjoy it over there, Tan. And there's a like, he's got Matt who joins him as well, who's a Texan. Like, and I'm sorry, but I've got a thing about the Texan accent. I've always had a thing about the Texan accent. I love your voice as well, Dave. I think you're beautiful. But it adds a nice little bonus to have the. It's a bit like Suit and his voice, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, okay, bring it. You're welcome for the distress cat. Why you put your finger up? Yeah, I think Dave is really good, and Stranger Times, and Sammy, and I'm missing Elemental Encounters a lot. I don't know what's going on with them really because I haven't been aware enough to understand what's going on there, but I miss them. Claire, I think, has got. I love your storytelling, Claire, for a start. Like, and talking about the knowledge that you have. It's very enjoyable. I really enjoy like sitting and watching your listening is more, but listening to you. I think you've got quite a lot of wisdom to impart. April, poor April. Hope April's being all right. I'll have to find your podcast. Or Claire, send me the link for your podcast because I do enjoy a good podcast. Suit's voice is literally like, you know, it would like I could quite happily talk to him for 5 minutes privately, and I'd be done, job done. Just say the right words. I'll tell you what to say because I'm that sort of woman in bed anyway. I'll tell you what to say to me. Get it over and done with, and we'll be happier. Do you think you should change your channel name? What to, Llama? What would you like to be? I think people have got very used to Llama though. Yeah, if we will get my sister, Shawn Michaels would be a good one. If I get to choose the Texan, Shawn Michaels is definitely one of my top choices there. My top choices in all men of all time is Shawn Michaels. Actually, I so would fuck that. Like even now, like literally, if you walked in here, I'd drop my knickers straight away. Be like, let's just do it quick. Don't worry, I might die, but it'll be okay. I'll die a happy woman. What do you want to change your name to? Oh, I scrolled up again. Keep having to scroll back down. Llama's Furry Balls is a good name. Oh, I like that. Oh, shouldn't we call him Llama the Misfit? You're one of us, Llama. Look, my boobies keep popping open. It's gonna get dangerous. Definitely gonna get dangerous. I don't like that. Bet you could guess. Shrimp's face is like, don't be fucking pussy with your pussy arm. I didn't want to go to the Welsh Valleys for them, though, did he? He wasn't that desperate for pussy. Claire is new crossing off the dates on her calendar. Pure filth, this chat, my poor innocent ears. PJ. Innocent fucking ears, my arse. I was going to do my nails, actually. I should probably sit and do my nails because they're looking grey. Hi, BJ. Whoops, I mean PJ. You're right, PJ. I need to shove my fucking finger up. I'm literally going to cry. In a good way. Yeah, he could read to me in that voice, innit? Like something like fucking 50 Shades of Grey. He could read to me. It's such a shame as well with what's gone on recently because I feel like poor sod's been hurt and led astray, and I think that's a real shame because it's probably put him off the idea of ever talking dirty with any of us ever again. But I'd happily, I'd happily employ his fucking voice. I just need you for 5 minutes, mate. You all corrupted me. I was an angel. You fucking wasn't. Constant tickler. Take care, Dave. I'll see you soon, darling. Thank you ever so much. Love you. Got a hairdressing beauty job in local salon. Who's got a hairdressing beauty job in the local salon? Who are we talking about now? Excellent, PJ. I have had news. My daughter just got her apprenticeship. Oh, well done. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, I'm waiting. Like, because Harvey's doing like he's doing cookery at school, being chef, whatever. There's a difference in there being a cook and a chef, and he looks so handsome in his little outfit, like chef's outfit. I've always had a thing for chefs for some reason. Well, it's probably because I don't like cooking much. But the last 4 blokes that I dated were all chefs. I think I chose wisely. Do you know what I mean? Like, obviously not. It didn't work out, but it was good fun. You're a chef, I used to. That was great. I really, Shelley. Bless. Claire, you can close your legs now. Bye, my dear mission. And you teach it as well behind me. Yeah, I actually literally found out that they were chefs before I agreed to dating them, and they all had non-existent mothers, like in one way or another. I'd had issues with my mother-in-law once, and so so the last like few times that I dated, I was already at that point where I was a bit disenfranchised with relationships, and it was a case of you're gonna have to fit a few criteria. One was being a chef. 2 was not having a mother-in-law to deal with. 3 was probably you've got to be a kinky fucker to deal with me. I think I scared most blokes, to be honest. I did anyway back then. I was pretty intimidating for a lot of the guys around. I knew what I wanted and didn't mind forcing the situation. Claire, do it. I can smell fish fingers. Bye bye, you make you mad. I need a wee, otherwise I'm going to wet myself, keep laughing. But I'll do a wee and coffee at the same time, yeah. I'll be back in a minute, girls. Talk away. Oh, girls and boys. It's nice to have more boys in today, actually, because we usually sort of only have Llama counts as a boy because he's a boy llama. But we usually only really have a couple, don't we? It's nice to have had a couple more in. We like men, don't we, Tan? It tastes like chicken pussy. Tan needs to experience the other ways of the world. Right, I'll be back in a minute. You're a boy, Steve, I know. My button literally, it really wants to pop open a lot. It's not good. I probably shouldn't have worn this, but I'm in between the sizes. Like, because I bought this last summer, and I'm on steroids at the moment, so I filled it out a bit. If only I could just sort of stay at this weight naturally, but I can't. As soon as I start losing weight, I drop dramatically. I always gain on drop really dramatically. I hate it because it's like a bloody yo-yo. Take care, Steve. Lovely to see you, darling. Thank you so much for joining in. Really good to see you. Take care, darling. I follow a couple of mud larking channels and a man called Simon. As over, I need beef. That could be like taken both ways, though, Tanya, depending, you know what I mean? Are you going for the older woman or younger woman? That's so bad. Where's Dave when I need him? No, Steve's overwhelmed by the. Oh, dog, you unclear if you come near with their floppy legs. So I had to delete TikTok, right, because I couldn't help but have a look at certain videos. And I'm sorry, but wow, it like I'm sorry. That's possibly the most like fucking revolting thing I've ever seen. Just please don't do that. Okay, Catherine, done. Make sure you're shooting Claire's time. See this? Back the fuck up, sprinkled tits. Today is not the day. I will shank you with my horn. Biggest stickers. The Latin for it. Should I go back to talking about what was the health thing, weren't it? Should I do my nails while I'm at it? Might as well stick on some nails because I do want to. I noticed as well that EMF bear's been on for ages but hasn't done anything today, whereas it did the other day. It seemed to give some real actual responses the other day, didn't it? So that's an interesting storm. That's my chair. I have to really be careful about this. This is getting bad. Off get ready. There's kittens playing in the background. Shall I show you? Sunny, Buddy. It's so cute, man. They're all getting used to the kittens now. They're all quite scared of them before. Hi, I love you. Oh, that's it. Hey, Hennessy. Hi, Hennessy. I'm going to sit there before you jump up. Ugh, I knew she was going to jump and eat my chair. Ah, okay, Tam. Thank you, hon. Thank you, hon. Show me what you got. What am I doing? Stream is healthy. Okay. Yeah, I'd love it if you could think about some designs for my stuff today, because just, I want it to be decent stuff. Like I want people to actually like want to wear it, and you know what I mean. This is where I spill super glue all over the shop and make a right mess of everything. So how you been, Llama? Are you back on Facebook now? And what's going on with all that? That I do girl shit sometimes. I was going to dye my hair today, but like, because it needs a rejuvenation. But I've got a purple one sitting there, but I really want to go red, so I might just wait and buy a red one. Fishy friends just chatting, but still listening. Actually, give me 2 minutes and I'm off camera there, and I will. What is Do you chat on Hangouts? I used to chat on Hangouts years ago, but I don't anymore. Sorry. Ow, cat on my leg again. See, there's a bright red and a cherry red. I think I'm going to go with the bright red, of course. Oops, he's under my skirt. Hey, Bubby, come see me. Hi. Hello, baby. Oh, my stomach's growling. Did you hear that? Okay. Wait until you see this kitten on me. Oh, you're gonna fall. Hiya, Sophie. Welcome back, Cruella the Clip. Cruella the Clip misfit fits, doesn't it? Call it the. Mm, mm, mm. Little monkey, you are. Are you a little monkey? Sorry, just had to use my phone a minute. But we are back. And I'm not by the way. Buddy. Buddy. Say hi. Hi. Oh, wrong way. Hello. We've established it as my drag name. Oh, I got it in the wrong direction. I've always literally got always cats sitting all around. Phoenix. Phoenix. Hello. Phoenix. Say hello. Hennessy. On the demolished chair that I only bought a couple of months ago and they demolished it straight away. I need to find a material like on the chair that I can use that won't get eaten by cats. Hennessy. Hennessy, I'm talking to you. You're ignoring me. It is their sleepy time. One over there as well. There's a little spooky. Spooky. We've had ladybirds getting in because there's like a nest of them by the front door. Watch them climb my bloody legs. She's like, look, they've literally ripped me to shreds. Oh, look, you're going down between my legs now. Oh. Look, look, this one's up here. Buddy. I need to work out about my bit rate thing on my audio bit rate. Always tells me that my audio bit rate is wrong for some reason, and I've got to work it out. It says we recommend that you use a stream bit rate of 128 kilobytes per second. Now I've got to work out where I'm going to do that. 128 kilobytes a second. Sorry, I'm just going to be showing you a kitten. Right. Yeah, there was a big bumblebee when I opened the door yesterday, actually. Yeah, I've only just had carpets laid, so I'm like dreading the idea that I'm going to have like even more kittens born soon. Yeah, this bee that was at my back door was really massive. I was like, well shot. Daddy doesn't like being held, but he likes sitting on me and climbing up me. Ah, painfully. Spooky, get down. Now Spooky's going to jump up me. Okay. She was just sitting on the wheel of my walker. Come here, Spooks. Come here, baby. I love you. I love we love the kitten. Yes, Wheels is pregnant. I knew it was going to happen because she was just so keen on the babies. She just got out. Oh, Jesus Christ, they're hurting me. This is when I wish I was wearing jeans. Oh. Can I list my cat names? Okay, yeah. Gucci, Coco, Hennessy, Phoenix, Neve, sorry, Sky, Sunny, Storm, Wheels, 8, and Cupid, and Buddy, Spooky, and whatever many is on the way with Wheels. We'll have to think about names. I don't know that I'm going to keep any of Wills's because I can't go anymore. Like even 13 was one more than what I was meant to go to because like a dozen is what I buy everything in, like the food, the treatments, and all that stuff. I buy everything by the dozen, and now I'm going to have to buy like one extra. So, but then what's going to happen obviously is when these new kittens are born and I fall in love with them, I'm going to say, well, I might as well get the extra one. I've got it on my phone actually. Shows the date is booked in because I saw her getting got. I saw her getting got, and I know she's definitely pregnant because she's definitely like she's showing all symptoms. Let me see. Where would we be? I did put it in my phone, definitely. Because I try and always be aware of when they're coming. So as I can make sure that the mum's safe and healthy and that, you know what I mean? Because like these ones, I think were a bit like she'd gone overdue a bit because they were really big and well developed at birth. Right, Will's is due on the 27th of May, so about a month away. This one is a little monkey. And oh my god, I'm gonna have to. Oh my god. Okay, look. This is what I'm dealing with all the time. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. I love them so much, but ow, ow. Ow. Do you mind? It's lucky that I quite like pain a bit, isn't it? They literally do this to me all the time that they're awake. They're like following me around. Ow, 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 climbing my legs and stuff. Ow. I've got one on me. She's gone up my skirt. Oh my god. Oh shit. You little bastard. I swear to God, he's got the sharpest claws. Spooky. Oh my god. I'm going to have more. It's only going to be a couple of weeks and there's going to be even more of them. Oh, running up my legs. Ouch. He's got his claw caught in my leg. Oh my God. Right, that's enough. Stop. Stop. You're hurting me. You're actually hurting me. I'm bleeding. I do like I do like kimchi. Oh my God. Oh, she's so cute. Yes, my cats sit around my face. If I'm struggling to breathe, they will all come up and check my breathing. Like literally, one of them will check me like for breathing, and one of them will like pad at me and meow at me like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" When I was coughing last night on Dave's stream because I was like laughing so much, I was my cat was going mad like, yeah. But puppies do bite your feet though, don't they? It doesn't actually make much difference how I have the camera, you know. Look, oh, love you, baby. I can't quite show you her because she's over there. But you're going to have to get down if I'm going to get the glue out because otherwise we're going to have some problems. I know that cat hair is my glitter, but I am not planning on gluing you to my hand. Oh my God, it's really hard to change this thing. Yeah, they do really check up on me. They have multiple times when I've been poorly, like gone and told the kids, "Mum needs you," like when I can't breathe, which is quite handy because it's very hard for me to speak when I can't breathe. I can't call out for help. That's one of our biggest issues, is that because I can't breathe, I can't say, "Help me, help me." So I usually am making enough noise trying to climb the wall. Oh my God, this really hurts. They're coming back up. They won't leave me alone. And they're back up in my dress again. Yeah, cats can be evil, but I like it. I like it. I can set my cats on people. Like my cats are more scary than most dogs. I've got like Gucci. He's like a gangster. He thinks he's a gangster. He literally does as well, and he would like. He's my son's cat. That's probably like like the whole drill music and all that sort of thing that they listen to. I think the cat has got the attitude that went with that. So he thinks he's a gangster. And honest to God, if someone went at my son in this house, he would go for their throat. Like he's gone for me before when I've gone to hug my son, because he thought that I'd upset him. So he went for me and he proper cut my leg open. He literally like has deadly claws. He can be very like because he was like a bit funny when he came to us. He was not born with me, and he only liked my son, no one else. Well, he started to like me now. He started to respect me, I think. But he looks at me a bit like, yeah, two cat instead of two pack. Exactly, that's the attitude he's got. But he looks at me now like, all right, let me in then. Like, do you know what I mean? Whereas he used to look at me like, oi, cunt, like, get me my food. Like, you're worthless, just do it. Like, that was literally his attitude. Like, I'm only talking to you because, like, Dad can't be bothered to feed me, so. Oh, God, the sirens are kicking off right outside. hate the sirens, man. That sounds bad as well. And my son, I've got 2 kids out of the house, and obviously the oldest, who's always out of the house because he doesn't live here and works. In fact, I haven't seen my eldest for a long time. Yeah, literally, he is like, oh, he can't. He looks at me, it's proper like, fucking woman. And I need to set out these so I don't fuck it all up. No, that was that one. And that's that one. They stopped climbing my legs at last. Yeah, see, I can't afford to get them done. I've had them done like once by a friend who like qualified and done them for me once, bless her. And I for a long time wouldn't have worn nails and that because I had enough struggles with my hands anyway. But I do quite enjoy it now. Like your hands definitely look more ladylike when you've got nice nails on in it. And it's good for crafting videos, to be honest. That's disgusting. Yeah, I buy these. Actually, they're really quite good prices. I go through everything like on Amazon, and I always find like the best prices you can get. Really, these are like 500, I believe, nails for a tenner or something. And these are really short ones, to be honest. And these ones are better than the really pointy ones. They're really quite hard to wipe with, but you do learn how. It's just the way you hold things. Like you've got to not hold it with your fingertips anymore. But I struggle to type more than anything else. Typing, especially on the keyboard, is really hard with nails on because your fingers go in the wrong places. Sorry. Oh my days, we're so fucking bad people. Well, not bad people, actually. That's other people that say that. We're good people, we've just got funny fucking senses of humour. I know. You want to go out, Fifi? That's Phoenix talking. Hey, baby. Go on then. My legs hurt. Be careful. Like, literally, my legs feel like they've been shredded. Bleeding. You can see blood through my tights. That's mad. I said I like a bit of pain, not like, like tear me to shreds. Oops. Oh, baby. Oh, spooky. Bless her. What number was I on? Yeah, that EMF there hasn't gone off, has it? Upcoming event. Oh, my Tesco orders are due, but it's not coming till later, I don't think. Like literally, my fingers pretty much work, but it goes down through the numbers. I use most of these, so that's actually quite a good little kit to get. I've got like loads of different ones. I've got really, really pointy ones and really, really long ones as well, like proper talon ones as well, but I can't use them. I'm barely used to using these things. And that one goes there. This one's like the brush on glue that I use. It's just like a cheap one that I buy that's like in a multi-pack. I use it all during the takeaway, all yum. What one did I do? That one. So this one. No. Yeah, except for the 4s and 5s. Yeah, 4 and 5. I tend to use quite like a few more of the 4 or 5s because sometimes this finger would be a 4 and sometimes a 5. Yeah, I would recommend it. And like the thing is you can paint these up. I've also got all the little decorations on that you can put on it. I was going to use a denim blue, but my Gracie's nicked all my nail varnishes. I took them upstairs. And she's used up all the bleach on her hair as well, or on her mate's hair, I think. Which I want to go red. Definitely going red. It is decided. Red's my old colour that I used to always go red whenever I dyed my hair. It's only been recently that I've gone to like pinks and purples and blues, and that's just because I had it bleached out so much that I could. But I'm a little bit bored of the purple now. I feel a bit like ready to go back to being red. Red's sort of my inner self. It's my favourite colour, and that, you know what I mean. Although purple's like a close second as my favourite colour. But yeah, my old house, I used to have it always decorated black, red, and gold, like proper red walls and everything. Oh, I told you that story. Was it last night or the other night? I said about that. I used to have the red light around my door, and my whole like living room used to light up red. So my neighbour told people I was a night worker. I don't think she liked me. Well, I wasn't like she wasn't one of my fans, you know what I mean? Poor cat, I did just keep her awake a lot though. I was always partying. Although she once knocked on my door and asked me to stop clicking on my mouse. My clicking on my mouse on my computer was too loud for her. So my chest. Sorry. It's quite sunny, so I need to come to check that I'm alright. Then if you'll come round me. Yeah, just choking a bit. Like the last couple of days I've started feeling better, but my chest is still not right, you know what I mean? Like literally I'm bubbling and crackling and stuff. Sorry, red light gangrene. I can just see. I can see the headlines. Oh my days, sorry guys. I know, Sunny. Look, she gets so worried about me. She's so darling. And she literally was doing this last night. She was like meowing at me. Oh, excuse me. I've got choking coming from upstairs now, so it could be the glue actually. I did open it and I shouldn't have. No, I'm not supposed to open it until I'm ready. Yeah, I know. But I've been like, oh, sorry, my eyes. It's like, yeah, she's licking me now to make sure I'm all right. Um, bless her. It's just the way it is. That it's like it's not gone away properly again. And I know it hasn't, and it's sort of pissed me off because I know that I'm gonna have to be like I've been trying to taper the steroids, and I'm like, oh no, I know that I've got to go back up. I know that I need more. Like, that's why I'm struggling. Like, it's because I'm trying to taper them, and my lungs are going, no, we need that drug, you bitch. Don't take it away. But it has so many negative impacts on me that I'm like, I don't want to take it for any longer than I have to. I'm going to go and get a glass of water or like have a drink quickly and clear my throat because otherwise I will keep choking. I'll be back in a second, guys. Sorry. Yeah, mine's sort of like it's just washed out now. I've got to bleach out the roots to be able to get a real vivid colour, and I want it vivid. It's got to be vivid. All right, I'll be back in a second, guys. Ah, still choking a bit. That's what happens, you see. I'll just start choking and that's it. It's really hard to stop it. Yeah, we were talking about that last night. The fact that cats eat their humans when they die. I do have to, like, that does make me feel like, oh my God, like with 13 of them sitting around me. But yeah, it's foxes in Southend are crazy, mate. They will come straight into your house without a second thought, um, and not afraid of you at all. They'll eat out of your hand and that. Um, no need for a funeral, cats will eat you. Exactly. Yeah, that's the idea, isn't it? That's how I became a cat lady. See, I used to be more crazy than cat lady, and I only had a couple of cats, but I was really crazy. But I was not mentally well enough to look after lots of cats back then. So now I'm more crazy cat lady. Yeah, crazy, isn't it? I remember the one about the fox taking the baby as well. Uh, uh, I was hopeful that this set of antibiotics was going to work, but I've got this feeling that I need IV, like in my veins, antibiotics to get rid of it. It's just not cutting it at the moment, but we'll see over the next couple of days because I might improve. You know what I mean. Took the baby to feed it. Well, yeah, because my dad had like nests of foxes in the back garden, a whole big family of them. Yeah, they're much more in Essex, aren't they? Like we don't get them around here where I live now. I don't know why. I don't understand that. Like, why are they only in like so publicly uh, around in Essex compared to here? Yeah, they are just animals, the same as I say about anything with like the cats and that. It's, if they did eat my face when I die, and that's probably because they love me to pieces. And like honestly, the way that Coco behaves when I can't breathe, he comes up to my face and literally will lick me, sniff me all round here, breathe in, like you can hear him like he's worried about me and he's like taking in how bad like my oxygen levels are or my carbon dioxide levels or something. Do you know what I mean? There's definitely something that he's very like he's the Bengal, so he's very intelligent. He knows when I'm at the point where I need help, like proper, and he never ventures far from me. He's right on my bed right now. He sleeps in my like as soon as I get out of bed, he'll go and lay it on my bed. Like he'll probably lay in it as if it's his bed. Like he thinks he's my partner. I think he thinks he's my husband, like in cat world, but like because he's so human-like as a cat that he doesn't seem to realise like I'm a cat and she's a human. Like it's just that I belong to him. Like I wouldn't want to see another bloke, like a proper man, come into this house and try and put like be like around me, like because the cats wouldn't like it. I don't think the cats would be like, "Get the fuck out! We can't afford to feed you as well. Get out!" Chase said, "Oh, your dad's a postman, is he?" Yeah. My cats could. I've always said like I could imagine like Gucci chasing the postman down the drive. He said it's mostly baby foxes going for his legs. Yeah, because they just don't know any better, do they? Cartoon animals chasing postmen. Oh well, that's the thing. If they're starving, do you know what I mean? Then fucking hell, I'd rather my body went to giving my cats their dinner. In all honesty, I'm being quite genuine, actually. You know what I mean? The thought of them starving without me would be awful, wouldn't it? I'm glad that the kids would always take over my cats as well. That as much as my kids are always sort of having a laugh about the fact that I'm Catwoman and I shouldn't have so many cats and stuff, it's often them that says, "Oh, let's keep this one," and you know they love the cats just as much as I do, really. So I do, but I think they'd have to divide, except for my eldest. My eldest is really allergic. Um, he gets like really bad hay fever from cat hair and that. So he doesn't come round much. Bless him. I don't think he'd want to have my cats. But luckily, the young kids are now old enough that they wouldn't, like, because before it was always a case of if I die, they're going to have to go and live with my oldest son. Um, and so, yeah, now I hope that they'd be able to live here after I die. I need to put one of them on the rent form type thing to be able to do that. But obviously, we've been waiting for them to be old enough. So it's not a thing that they just do anyway. Because like, I could imagine cats doing it as in more about like worrying about their owner, the distress that it would cause. I've seen how my cats behave when they know that I'm not very well, and it is like they are in a sheer panic sometimes, and they're trying to help me as well, which is like you can imagine that that's what they do. They try and get me help and that. Yeah, I buy these glues for like sort of £6, £7 for 5, 6 of them, and then buy the nails for like 500 of them. And I would always go for the short ones if you're not used to wearing nails. And you can actually get shorter than these, but I quite like these ones. They're just about right for my liking. Um, and you can also shorten them down, if you like cutting them down a bit. Um, and you can get square ones. Square ones are way more functional. Like just that point tip is so much easier to pick things up and do things normally than the little pointy, vampy ones that I've got. I love them. I love the look of them, but they're not as functional. And I need to be functional because I'm always doing and crafting and creating. Like I had them on the other week, I had nails on the other week, and I had to take them off because I got sick. And when you've got to listen, do your heart and pulse and oxygen levels. I have to do that obviously. If I'm poorly, I need to know how low my oxygen levels are and how high my pulse is. And so I had to take my nails off to be able to do that because otherwise it can give a false reading. Obviously, it's the only thing that can actually give a false reading. Like you can't create a false reading on those things like by holding your breath or blowing hard or anything like that. It doesn't work like that. It's sort of you can only really change anything a little bit by going like stupid. Just for anyone that wants to have the evidence that I really am sick. Yeah, the acrylic's no good for my chest really. I need to I wanted to look at because I've got some tips. I bought one set that was tips by accident, So I was thinking about getting some of the acrylic stuff to be able to do them as well. Like this finger always gets me because it bends in slightly. See you later, Sophie. Love, take care, darling. Yeah, so you want to do the welcome back, Catherine. Lovely to see you back again, darling. So you want to do some riddles on live with me on panel, Claire? Is that the plan? Because yeah, sorry, I'm a bit slow picking up on what you're saying about that sort of thing. Because obviously I've been in and out of it the last couple of days, weeks. I feel like I want to check that my son's okay because of the fact that he's out, and I heard sirens go by. And it drives me mad because once I've heard sirens, I will think that until I've found out whether or not they're okay. Whoever's not with me, you know what I mean? My daughter's out actually as well, so that's another one. But she was at school. But once I hear sirens, it always gives me the worst, horrible sort of feeling, and like I'm ruled by anxiety. I always have been. My anxiety is my main part of my mental health. Oh, I was talking about my health, wasn't I? And I didn't really sort of finish. I think I got to like at 14. I was like, I had my bad back happen as well. So that was when I learned that I had a twisted spine, and I was offered surgery that was like a 50-50 chance of crippling you now or later. And so I said no to the surgery because I didn't want to take that risk. I didn't feel the risk was good enough because my mum's friend had just had it and been paralysed right there and then. She's still paralysed now, unfortunately. So I didn't take that risk, and I'm glad that I didn't because actually my spine hasn't got as out of control as some people with twisted spines, and I'm sure I'm not. It's not necessary for me to have had that major surgery. Even though I have a lot of pain now, that I'm sure I wouldn't be as bad. I wouldn't be half as bad if I had like some surgery or help with my back early on. But and I've got like osteoarthritis and that, which has been left. Damage has been left from it all. But at the same time, like I'm 35. I was 35 when I got RA, so I would have ended up in a wheelchair no matter what. Like, so I'm glad I didn't because at the time it was like, and they said to me like, don't have babies and stuff like that, especially after my first baby because it did do some more damage to my back. And they were like, don't have like, I wouldn't recommend you have any more children because it will further damage your spine and stuff. So there was all that going on as well. So I was already living in a lot of pain, even just coming out of childhood. And of course I had my final surgery on my face at 16 and pregnant. So then I went through being a young mum, and I was with their dad for 10 years. The two oldest boys' dad. Then I had the two younger two with their dad, obviously. I think my nan dying was a big part of what led into me sort of like leaving my long-term relationship, because I also ended up with, I had really severe, at that point, I think I was 25, I had some really severe headaches, really bad like headaches, and I went to the hospital, again to the specialist hospitals, and they thought that I had blood clots on the brain. They looked at behind my eyes and stuff like that, and they really thought I had blood clots on the brain. I had to come off the pill. I wasn't allowed to do this, that, the other. I had to give up smoking and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? I basically went through hell with it. And it all sort of led to me leaving my oldest two's dad. for the youngest who's dad, which was probably a big mistake in my life, you know what I mean? Because I shouldn't have walked away from a serious long-term relationship for someone that was not going to stick around. I should have known better. I should have worked at one I had rather than walking away and going for what I thought would be a better man. And he'd done a bunk 2 years later and had left me with 2 more babies and a single mum and struggling. So I think that was a lot of stress to take on. And of course, I had a nervous breakdown when they were about, I think my daughter was about a year old by the time I'd say I went into full breakdown. I was a bit like a robot at first. Like I got everything done, and everyone was like, "Oh, I can't believe how well you're coping." But obviously, things sort of came to a head. He had called me fat while I was pregnant, which isn't a good thing to do to an anorexic, and it did trigger a hell of a lot. I didn't have a lot of support, so I just sort of fell apart really and got on drugs and blah blah blah. You know that bit. I've told that bit enough. Oh, are you okay, Amelia? I'm glad to see you though, because I've been worried. Are you all right? What's wrong? Do you feel you can hit me up on Messenger at any time if you need to? Yeah, I went through a couple. It was a couple of years I was on drugs, on and off. Obviously, I tried to give up all the time. It wasn't like I wanted to be a drug addict, but it was part of the wanting to do everything and be everyone, be everything to everyone, and have the energy to still keep going and look after the kids and still keep smiling and stuff. And it was all faked, and so the drugs sort of became, and the also wanting to be skinnier again, led to me doing what I did. And then what else happened? I was cleared of the blood clots on the brain. That was good. That really came in like handy at the time. But they said that they felt that that was probably induced by my nan's death, but it was like severe tension headaches. But they had seen something behind my eyes that had suggested that there was blood clots. Like so, we don't know because of the treatment that they had given me and the lumbar puncture and everything. We don't know if that released the blood clots or if I didn't have the blood clots in the first place. We just know that the blood clots were gone by the time. When I was pregnant with Harvey, also, I shouldn't skip out on going forward into when I was pregnant with my son before the dad left. That was when I first fostered, and that was hard work. It was a lot to take on, but also my son was ill inside me. He had lung cysts on his lung, which are like really rare, really, really rare. It's like 1 in 400,000, I think, babies are born with this condition. And it used to be called CCAM, CCAM. Now it's called CPAM, CPAM. And headaches are horrible. What's the diagnosis, darling? Oops, that didn't want to stick down. I think I could see it didn't want to. And I do wonder if that's connected as well to because it's a genetic disease. And we never had genetic testing. We were meant to go for genetic testing before having any more babies, but obviously that didn't happen. So he had little cysts, hundreds, probably thousands actually, of little cysts in his lungs while he was in my womb. Oh my God, that's a good wording, Amelia. Bless you. What's going on with that then? Why have you got that? That's not good news, darling, at all. do let us know what that is all about. So that was really hard, like being pregnant like that, and he kept leaving me while I was pregnant like that towards the end. And I gave birth really quickly as well, and so I was really like so very anxious that I was going to give birth really suddenly to this baby, who was going to be really sick and needing surgery at birth, and like I had really horrible nightmares through that pregnancy. It was awful, and he really wasn't supportive. So I knew before I even got pregnant with Grace that he was going to leave me eventually anyway, because he had already walked out while I was pregnant. If you can do that, I suppose you're not in it for the long haul, are you? If you're going to run away at the time when your missus is pregnant, right? So obviously, when Grace came along, it was sort of acknowledged that I knew that he was going to leave, but I chose to go ahead with the pregnancy, and obviously because it was scary when he left. I didn't know if I could. I didn't think I could look after 4 kids on my own at all. I knew that eventually I would break, but so that's how I sort of like had the breakdown, how all that ended up happening. It just all tumbled out of control. My life was in the right state, and is that the door, babe? I think it's the kids or it's the cats. Um, Let them know on live, obviously. Um, what was I going to say? You had cysts on your lungs and kidneys and get continuous cysts due to the Maritzi, and various. But yeah, see, I've got a cyst in my lung, and I didn't even know about it. You know, with all my lung issues and everything, it's very strange that they never actually mentioned to me until I saw it recently on my notes that I've got a cyst in my lung as well as everything else. So, but I obviously assume it's a benign cyst and they're not worried about it. I just thought it would have been nice to be told, but you know, I've got 4 of my own children. Catherine, I've got a 26-year-old, a 24-year-old, a 17-year-old. They're all boys, and then a 16-year-old girl. My pride and joy is the only things I ever got right in life. um, but I've been a foster mum as well. I've fostered 5 as well. But obviously, I'm not well now, so I stopped fostering. I was still ill when I was fostering, but once the last one left, it was like I'm not fostering anymore because I can't. Oh, that's a shame, Amelia. Yeah, I think I think is that the one where it's like because my eyes are. I can't remember anyway. I've got a condition with my eyes, but I think a lot of my problems with my eyes stem from that medication that I took when I was a kid in hospital that they hadn't tested on kids, and a lot of my issues are like that. But yeah, that's it. That's what I've got wrong with my eyes. It's like the asymmetric hypertrophy, whatever. Yeah, that is what I've got wrong with my eyes. But they gave me that. They said that about my eyes like while I was in this phase of being very poorly. So it didn't really. I didn't really do much about it or care about it at the time. But yeah, I can't. My vision blurs all the time, and my eye it gets lazy without my glasses on, and I hate that. That's one of the things that upsets me. But I've also always felt that that was also from being pulled down on this side because of my birthmark being removed. Yeah, it's rugby shaped, rugby ball shaped. Yeah, I didn't know it causes headaches and that way. That's interesting to note. Because I certainly, they weren't like that when I was younger. It's only been like the last couple of years, but my eyes have really changed since I've had RA. Like, everything changed since I've had RA, basically. I suppose that's where my story goes as well, is that then I went on, after the breakdown, obviously, I got myself together for a little while and started the university degree. And then bless her, Shaz, that was lovely, such a lovely girl. So yeah, then it went on. Once I got myself together and I started college and that, or university, and then what happened first? The gallbladder really was the first medical physical symptom that took me from mental health, like all mental health. I had, like, they'd said since I was 21, oh, you've got osteoarthritis, you've got wear and tear arthritis, blah blah blah. Because my hands and knees were bad, but like they never tested me for anything, and they never went any further with it, which they probably should have, and it probably would have shown that I had RA all along. But they never did, so it's a bit late now. But so then I asked, once I got the gallbladder problem, yeah, like my body just it was really bad. I felt like I was dying, severely dying, when I had the gallbladder issue, and it wasn't just gallbladder attacks, it was constant gallbladder pain. I was constantly, like, you could feel it pushing out under my ribs, my gallbladder, and I kept begging them, like, there's something more going on in here, you need to really get me through surgery, I need surgery. I used to beg them at A&E, like, you need to operate on me now. Isn't that weird, Claire? Like, there's like so much changes from these diseases, and that. And so I spent 6 months like that with the gallbladder, to the point where I could barely look after my kids. I was having to get help, like, from my friends to look after my kids for me while I was going in and out of hospital. They just give me morphine and send me home, and not really, like, they were like, oh no, you need to just have the elective surgery when it comes through, because can you open the door? Hang on a minute, I'll go and let Grace in, because I need to talk. So sorry about that, guys. All the kids have come home at once. They've all got haircuts, so that's good. Did you see? That's the thing when it erupts as well. It's like giving your whole body sepsis. Like I think that's what happened with me was that when they went in to operate, they cut me open and they cut through. They had to cut out part of my liver. They had to cut out part of my liver because it had glued itself in. Oh, thank you, Pocahontas. Lovely to see you. You're going to lie down. Well, bless you, Claire. Rest well, darling. Yeah, they had to cut through my liver, and they cut through a main artery, and I bled out on the table. And I believe, like, obviously, if you look back, you've done two, don't you? Two. If you look back, my lung function was really low in that after that surgery, and it's like actually they should have probably realised something was wrong with my lungs then. Pocahontas, you don't need to do that, darling. Love you. Look, I'm really bad at doing nail varnish. I don't know about you lot, but I'm really got shit. Like, I'm not steady at all. Bless you guys. Everyone's been so supportive. Stop! Stop! What are you doing? Bless you. Grace! Grace! Hang on, let me tell my daughter because she's fucking got music on and it's loud. Comes in and blasts music out straight away. Don't worry about me, don't mind me. Just live streaming over here, you know what I mean? Right there. Anyway, headaches and that. Oh, bless you, Amelia. I'm so sorry that you're having a hard time with it. So yeah, the gallbladder buggered me right up. I got really poorly. I love you. I can't this. I got my belly's actually gonna poke out soon. And I never got better. Like I expected that. Okay, once the surgery's over, I'm gonna get better. I went from the surgery to I can't remember actually. Did I have the surgery for my hand? Because I had carpal tunnel surgery on my right hand as well. The year before, it was like a year to the day sort of thing that I had the two surgeries. One was the carpal tunnel and one was the gallbladder. And I had carpal tunnel first, but I can't remember if I had started university after the carpal tunnel or after the gallbladder. But anyway, I came out of hospital I'd already started my degree before I went into hospital, so it was sort of putting myself on the back burner straight away. It was a bit of a struggle to get through two qualifications in that first year with feeling so poorly, and that's why I obviously had to I had to give up after a while. Oh, so I love you. See, that might have that's not good. Amelia, when they cut through things they're not meant to, it's not good, is it? You go in expecting them to make you better and they make you worse. Yeah, I expected, like, at first I was still in a lot of pain and really poorly constantly. At that time, that was when I started getting infections, like chest infections all the time. I suddenly started needing to use my mum's nebulizer because I'd been asthmatic for years, but never really had bad attacks, nothing, like no real symptoms of it. It wasn't bad asthma, like my mum's a bad asthmatic, and all her life. And I wasn't like that at all. I just had sort of one attack when I was a kid. And yeah, I'd started getting all these infections, which should have also been a sign, I suppose. And then um, a year after the gallbladder surgery, obviously things were just going majorly wrong for me. I was like on antibiotics constantly. Um, my throat I started getting like a lump in my throat. A couple of lumps in my throat came up. Of course, at first I thought cancer. I suppose what you always go through your mind when you get a lump in it that shouldn't be there. And obviously, I'm a smoker. I was a smoker for 25 years at that point, so it wouldn't have shocked me massively if I had had mouth oral cancer or something, in my throat. So obviously went to the doctors a bit worried, and he sent me for a scan, like an ultrasound scan on my. Let's see what that is, 8 and 9. Um, yeah, he sent me for a scan on my throat, and that uh, came back as my thyroid was completely obliterated, and that I was suffering with. My blood test came back to reinforce it, that I was suffering with. Well, actually, the sonographer, the person who examined my throat, said you need to go and get like thyroid blood tests. Your thyroid is everything that it shouldn't be and nothing that it should be. And that was his words, like literally in every way it's wrong. And so, thank you, Pokey. You liking the nails? Um, Look, now I've spread it on my hand as well, so I have to always clean up afterwards with acetone. I'm always like knocking it. Um, so my thyroid blood test, I went to the doctor. Like my doctor basically made me go in for the thyroid blood test straight away, and they phoned me back the same day and were like, "You need to come down here now. We need to get you treated now. Like it's that, or you're going to the hospital for the weekend, and we will make sure that you're safe until we can get you treated properly." Your thyroid levels were, my thyroid was, my TSH was like 170 something, and it's supposed to be like between 0.3 and 0.5. Like, it was literally like through the roof, and my T3, free T3 or whatever, which is the other blood test for thyroid, was also bottoming out where it should have been high, or higher. So that was eye opener, and I thought, oh God, well at least I know now what's going on. Like, and I thought there was a connection, like basically my immune, my it destroyed my thyroid, my gallbladder had destroyed my thyroid or something. But actually, what it was doing was destroying my whole immune system. And that was why I was getting all the infections and everything. Because, and then a year after, exactly again a year later, I was diagnosed with the RA. And in that year, I went from, at the Christmas time in 2013, I was running around for Christmas as you do. My life was always really busy back then as well, because obviously I was an active single mum. So I was running around like a blue ass fly for Christmas. My ankle kept swelling up, my right ankle. And I was having to take my shoe off because it was just blowing up, and walk around with one shoe on and one shoe off and stuff, because, and I was driving and crying and stuff because it hurt so much to use this swollen ankle. And then I kept trying to ignore it and trying to ignore it. I thought I'd pulled something or just overdone it. And obviously my hands have been bad for years because of the carpal tunnel. That was sort of hidden. The RA in my hands was sort of hidden by the fact that I had the carpal tunnel. I really, Amelia, bless your heart. See, it never comes, it's never just one thing, is it? People like go, oh, you've got all this wrong with you, it must be bullshit. No, it's never, it's always that you've got multiple things going wrong with you. Like, you know, it's horrible. Hiya, Dragos, it's lovely to see you, darling. Um, so yeah, yeah, when I got diagnosed with the RA, it was like my ankle just kept swelling and swelling. Like every day it was swelling up to the point where I couldn't sort of function as well. And then all of a sudden, one day, the other ankle, it was like a couple of weeks after the first ankle started swelling. I'm thinking like I've got a pulled muscle or a sprain in my ankle that I need to like just let it heal, but I'm too busy to let it heal. And so I actually at one point thought maybe I'd broken my foot and didn't realise it because it was that painful that I was like, I can't even walk on this thing. And then the other ankle started swelling up, and I was like, okay, this ain't right, is it? That's right. That's not a twisted ankle, is it? Right. And then within a couple of days of the second ankle swelling up, my knee on my right side ballooned to like 3 times the size of what it was meant to be. Yeah, and I was completely lopsided, like, and I was actually in town in that much pain that I was in tears. Yeah, I was crying my heart out, going through trying to get shopping at Iceland, right? So I phoned the doctors as I got out of Iceland. I was like, "You've got to help me. I've got to come over." Like, the doctor's right next to town. Hiya, Shelley. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad you've spent some time with Elsie. That's lovely. How was she? So yeah, I was like, "You've got to see me now. I need you to see how bad this is. My knee is through the roof, crazy swollen. My ankles are swollen. I can't walk. I am in a state. I'm unable to breathe. I was like having problems with my chest constantly. Um, Although I didn't, obviously, it took a long time before we realised that there was a connection between the two things. Um, and the doctor said, "Okay, come over." Hiya, Diana, darling. I'm feeling a bit brighter today, darling. Thank you. So the doctor was like, "Yeah, come over." So I actually went straight from town. Um, and by the time I got into the doctor's surgery, I literally like fell down. I was crying. I was sobbing. You please help me. Please help me. I can't walk. I can't walk. Um, and the doctor saw me straight away. This lovely doctor, I'd never seen her before. She was on crutches herself, so she's always on and off crutches. So she must have. I think she did tell me what she had wrong with her, but she's obviously got chronic pain as well. And I was just very, very grateful for someone that was very sympathetic at the time because I'd been told so many times, oh yeah, it's just carpal tunnel, it's just hand wife, hand like gardener's knee, whatever. And then so I was sort of fully expecting that. That's why I didn't never go to the doctors and complain really. I'd go like once a year when they'd make me, and I'd say, oh yeah, my knees have been hurting, my wrists hurt, my hands hurt. I get like they'd just always sort of be like brush things off because I didn't really complain much, and also having mental health problems, you tend to get that when you've got mental health diagnosis. Unfortunately, what happens is that everything becomes mental health. They don't listen to you. You can have a headache, it's because you're mentally unwell. You can have backache, it's because you're mentally unwell. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, and that is literally at that time as well in medicine and pharmaceuticals. Uh, Antidepressants were being majorly pumped by doctors and pharmacological companies. And that was what happened. Basically, I'd get sent home with antidepressants of a different nature every time, and it'd be, I'll just take more of this, just take that, and take amitriptyline, which made me a zombie at one point. I don't understand that. I don't agree with the over medicating thing. Which is kind of funny for an ex-drug addict, isn't it? But I don't. So, what was I going to say then? So this doctor touched my knee, and I literally kicked out instinctively. It wasn't like I wasn't trying to kick her or anything, but I kicked out and I screamed out. I went, "Fuck!" And I'm so sorry. I burst into tears, proper cried. I burst into floods of tears. I was, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I wouldn't normally swear at you, but I just, I'm in so much pain. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Please help me. I don't know what's wrong with me. And she literally said, I'm sending you up to the hospital for the very next appointment I can get you in for at rheumatology. It's very clearly rheumatoid arthritis, although they will have tests and that to check you for it. And I was rheumatoid positive. I was rheumatoid negative, like rheumatoid factor negative at first. So it was like not a definite thing that it was rheumatoid arthritis, although once I saw the rheumatologist, they were like, without a doubt, it's rheumatoid arthritis. It was say 100% typical of severe onset RA, and they call it rapid and severe onset of severe rheumatoid arthritis. I think something like that. And yeah, I was literally seen at the hospital within 2 weeks and diagnosed fully within 2 weeks. And that was in January of 2014. And then they started, obviously I was getting like all these infections. I started medications as well, which immune suppressed me further. And I started having the infections after infections with my chest. Medications obviously made that a lot worse. And initially, as what was blamed for my lungs problem was the actual medication, because the medication can cause lung disease as well. And then in 2014, like at the end of 2014, by October 2014, RA had affected every single joint in my body. The very last joint to get affected was this elbow. Mama Cat is your nickname with these nails, ha. Yeah, the very last joint that got affected was my elbow, and my jaw got affected at last as well. And it used to be a running joke with my friend. He used to come and see me every day because he lived next door to me at one point, and he'd be like, how's your elbow? I mean, because it was like, don't let the last bit go, don't let the last bit go. And it took a while before the last elbow joined in. It sort of went systematically through my body, it climbed up my body, affecting every joint as it went. By the October 2014, I got pneumonia and sepsis, and was put into hospital with that, which is when they first saw what they call ground glass opacities on my X-ray on my lungs, which is like shadowing, like it looks like ground glass on the X-ray across your lungs. But at that point, they thought it was the methotrexate that had caused that. And also, they diagnosed me at that point with fibromyalgia. And because obviously I was in pain all over my body, my whole body was just raging back then. And the more infections I'd get as well, like the infections tend to trigger fibro pains and that as well. Whereas I don't always have fibro pains. Like I can control my fibro quite well actually. But RA is uncontrollable pain, extreme pain to the point where you just can't live like it. You actually just want to cut your body parts off because of RA pain. Whereas fibro pain's it's difficult, fibro. I've never denied that it's a horrible condition that does really affect a lot of people. But it's different from RA. I've got to say it is very different. The pain level of RA is just not. I wouldn't put anyone through that. So yeah, and at that point they also diagnosed me with, at that point, minimal emphysema, COPD, and due to smoking, like obviously assumed due to smoking. Yeah, I've asked them to amputate from the waist down as well. She's like, just get rid of it. Let's start again. I don't care. I just want to stop feeling it. Yeah, I have actually sat and looked and thought about cutting my hands off before, and that. My hands used to be one of the worst parts for me because it really disabled me from doing anything for a while when they were really, really inflamed all the time. Oh, the pain to actually make anything, and that was really bad. But I'm surprised that I actually did stick to crafting and that. But I just sort of adjusted things, learned new crafts that didn't use as much fine motor skills and that. And so I knew I had the COPD emphysema type thing. My mum's got it as well and had it for quite a while. So I wasn't overly worried about that because I gave up smoking then. Cigarettes, I gave up at that point, obviously, as you do. I started off by giving up smoking by going over onto a vape pen. My mum still uses a vape pen now, and I think it's just as bad for her, to be honest. It can be a bad thing in the future, vape pens. But I quit quite quickly from the smoking and gave up the vape pen. But I do smoke a bit of weed for my pain relief. But then I've got, what happened then? So then obviously I started going through being under the lung doctor, and things just kept getting worse. Infection after infection, rheumatoid arthritis was raging, medication after medication. Like obviously when I was admitted that first time, I was on methotrexate and hydroxychloroquine, and they immediately took me off methotrexate, which can cause lung damage. And they pretty much blamed methotrexate for the scar tissue in my lungs at that point. They said that was what had caused it, was the methotrexate. And so at first I hated the drug. I was so angry. I was really, thank you, Dragos. It is a lovely community. I was so angry that it was that people didn't understand that this drug could kill you. It could do this much damage to you. And then I found out about RA lung and that actually the disease as well. Because also I was looking for a new drug. We were looking for a new drug. What was the next thing we were going to try? Because my lungs had happened like that with methotrexate. So the next drug they put me on was, they gave me sulfasalazine, and sulfasalazine and went from methotrexate to Enbrel, the biologic TNF inhibitor, which, as you probably know, kills, if you've got any of these conditions, kills the T cells, which is part of your immune system. They didn't tell me when they started me on Enbrel that Enbrel is also known to cause lung damage in some patients. That was 6 months later, and actually Enbrel gave me the first bit of relief from RA, not complete relief. They talk about remission in RA, but I don't think you ever really have a remission as such, because you've always got the pain there, but it's like different levels of pain at different times. You have times of flaring when it's much worse. And I think for the first 5 years I was in a flare. So I'm sorry if my light is going off over here. Is it? Yes, I do have COPD, Diana. I have emphysema, COPD, and interstitial lung. Well, right, I won't diagnose what I've actually got because I have got diagnoses about the interstitial lung disease, but it's very complicated and we're uncertain of aspects of it now. So I don't sort of want to sit here and say that I've got rheumatoid lung disease anymore because there is a question mark over that now. But I have got interstitial lung, like I've got scarring in my lungs, pulmonary fibrosis, which isn't from the emphysema. Emphysema is like black holes in the lung, and I've got like scar tissue across my lung, which fills up the lung base. It's like and runs like a what's it called? I can't remember the words for it now. But one's when you breathe out and one's when you breathe in. Like the ILD is when you breathe in, it's hard to breathe in. Asthma and COPD and that are hard. It's hard when you're breathing out. So I have the both issues sort of combine with each other to make a lot of trouble for me. And then being on immune suppression medication for the RA creates this perfect storm of a problem for me, and that's why I get chest infections, and chest infections can kill me. So I got on Embrel, and I started getting a bit of relief. I started being able to do things again. I was walking with a stick, but I was feeling better than I had for a couple of years at that point. And and then bam, infections, pneumonia, sepsis. Very nearly died, and in hospital for a long time. I think it was 2 weeks in hospital, and I was hooked up to machines for the first week. And it really scared us all. Like my kids were like 12 and 13, the youngest two. My 17-year-old was at home looking after them. It was just crazy, like horrible time. But that then progressively happened with every medication that I took for RA. Within a couple of months of taking it, I'd have infection after infection, catch pneumonia, get sepsis, and end up in hospital and have to come off the medication because they consider that that's what's caused this lung problem. So we'll take you off that, Come 2016 was when they finally decided, actually, we think it's the RA that's causing the lung disease. The scarring is caused by the RA, not by the medication, because you're getting it even when we didn't medicate me for months. It was about 6 months to 8 months, something like that. We didn't medicate me, which was hard. And I still had lung problems. I still was having the same problems. And then they put me on rituximab infusions, which is supposed to be better for the lungs. It wiped out my immune system, and I got really, really ill. That was the worst sepsis case, really, because you can't stop the drug. With rituximab, it's an infusion and it lasts for 6 months. Like you have 2 infusions and then it lasts for 6 months, and then you have 2 more, like 2 weeks apart. And you can't, like, whereas with methotrexate, you take it every week, once a week. So if I get ill with a chest infection, I can stop taking it and then get better with the chest infection, fight the chest infection off, and then start taking methotrexate again. With infusions and that, you can't stop it, and of course my immune system is so buggered that I have to be able to stop it, because my immune system is basically screaming at me, you're going to die, we're going to either kill you with bugs, or you're going to have to go, or you're going to have to go without your methotrexate. Like, you're going to have to, it's like a fine balance of trying to get like enough treatment in me for the RA to keep me going. Thank you, Sarah. Nice to see you. Yeah, it was a case of either keeping me going enough with the RA drugs to actually be able to live a life and not get the RA inflammation, because the RA inflammation is what causes scarring in the lungs, and or it's just like this constant battle between the infections and being able to take RA drugs. If I can't take RA drugs, then the RA starts picking up. So I never ever got better. I never got like properly better. Even when methotrexate started working at last, after they took me off rituximab and left me on methotrexate, because that's the point I had to go back on methotrexate because at a lower dose, because you have to be on methotrexate to be allowed to take rituximab. It's like a combined therapy. So, and it was a big risk going back on methotrexate at all. Obviously, it was something my doctors really had to consider before. Then they put me when they took me off the rituximab, because obviously I was so poorly from again. They left me on the methotrexate, and about 6 months later, it started to actually reduce the swelling. Like the swelling started going down, and at that point as well, I decided that I wasn't willing to keep taking steroids on a daily basis to try and deal with the RA pain and swelling. Obviously, it was the only thing that was working to keep the swelling down, but the steroids were killing me in their own right. At that point, I'd already got diagnosed with so many other things because of just being overweight, like high blood pressure and high cholesterol, and my heart was tachycardic constantly. There was never a time when I wasn't over 100 beats a minute. My oxygen levels were always low. I could barely move about. So all of that led to me being a lot more ill than I could have been. And so, of course, with lockdown, what happened was that we've gone into lockdown and we're protecting ourselves from all these bugs, the COVID bug. And what's inadvertently happened for me and many other lung disease patients is that we haven't caught all the infections. We haven't had all the damage being done continuously. And I've been able personally to carry on taking methotrexate to control my RA somewhat. And it's given me a lease of life back, I must admit. I'm a bit gutted that we're coming out of lockdown. I've caught my first chest infection since, and it's already sort of knocked me for six, because now I'm like, am I going to just keep going downhill? Am I going to go back into that, having a month on methotrexate and 3 months off methotrexate, because I don't want to go back to being that person again, and I don't want to go back to that level of like, I'll always be fully disabled, because I can't, like, you can't ever say how I'm going to be. Like, will I be sick tomorrow? I can wake up and not be able to climb the stairs to go to the bathroom. I can wake up and be swollen to the point I can't stand up. Hello, 3 pen. There's so many things that can happen because of like all of my conditions mixed up together that I never know what it's going to be like or how bad I'm going to get. And obviously, this cold has shown a lot of you guys that have got to know me that, you know, I can go from I'm sitting there telling everyone that I'm feeling great, I'm feeling on top of the world, I'm brilliant, doing well, and then I get a cold and it just knocked me out, completely destroyed my belief that I was doing so well. It was nice to feel like I was like getting on top of this disease and that, but the disease, I believe RA is fully in control. Once you've got RA, it's just there, and it's your life. And people say don't let your disease define who you are. Unfortunately, with RA, it does. I'm not going to sit and bullshit about that. I'm going to sit and promote the positivity side of that, because it's not true. When you are hit down by that disease, at that point you're going like, I cannot live like this. It's really, really terrible, being in so much pain in so many parts of your body, and then obviously, like for me, it becoming something that was actually life threatening. Like, that was a big shock to me to find out that this disease was life threatening. That I wasn't just unable to stand up. That something was going on as a cause of as a reaction to this disease, something was going on inside my body that was going to kill me, and I can't pussyfoot around that very much, because I do want people to understand just how bad this can be, and it could happen to you guys as well. You know, those of you that have got RA, do be aware of these extra articular manifestations of the disease, because it's scary. It's scary what it does to you, just pain wise, but when it starts to fucking kill you, it's a whole different game. But enough of the morbid chat about the health anyway. but that's sort of my health journey. That's how it all came to pass. And I believe that that's why I have to start back at my birth, because there's just too much. There's too much connection. There's too many things that have happened that it's got to be sort of like, this was. I feel like I was born to be this way. That this was always going to happen. I was destined to go through this, and that it must be for a good cause, that I must turn it into something positive, that I must put it out to the world to try and help others like me, or others coming into it like and worried about it, like I was when I first came looking for others like me. Life with a serious and complex condition can be interesting, to say the least, but it really does teach you about how important like the little things are, how to be grateful for what you've got, you know. Like I spent most of my life dealing with mental health issues, and I'd let things destroy me that didn't really even matter. When I look back on them now, are some of the things like to do with relationships and that. I can't even remember what we were arguing about, or what happened. Boris Johnson has died from a strangle wank. I hope that's not true news. Anyway, I'll ignore that. I think I want to put, like, I want my channel to be a beacon for good, and a beacon for the disease, like make people understand it. Maybe more. You do, don't you? You get, like, you have to be, like, you get the stages. It is just like grieving. You grieve for yourself, don't you? As selfish as that can be. So I got Paul Boris. That would be some news conference. But yeah, I mean, you grieve for the life that you wanted. Like, I was just getting my world together. I was doing university, looking forward to being able to work and support my family, like, regardless. And I was really like on a drive for better, and then bam, like that. I was like, bang, and it was like I might as well have got hit by a train at the time that I developed like the severe onset of the RA. Like, I do believe the RA was always there. Now that I know how RA works, and that it does simmer below the surface all the time, even when you're in what they would call a remission. It's always there, isn't it? Like, if I stand up for too long, it's going to make me swell up. Yeah, I don't know whether to remove it either, so I may just leave it. But like, I don't know. Like, I'll rub it down because I've got a fingerprint on there. Hiya, Nikki. How are you, lovely? Um, it's like it's such a cruel disease because of how it. Yes, Phoenix. it just takes over your life. Like when it kicks off, it's like so whole body. Every part of me was affected. My neck got to the point where I was having to wear a collar just to prevent cervical displacement because the swelling was pushing my neck, off my spine. That's craziness, isn't it? And I think just RA in general, the swelling, it is literally like having broken bones and still continuing to use them. And I think it has so many impacts. Like it affected my eyes, it affected my skin, it's affected just so many. You suffer bad with several issues of mental health due to being beaten as a child and then as an adult by ex-partners. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I've not had the best experiences in life either, and I think a lot of it does affect. I believe part of that also led towards my medical problems as well, my physical problems, because you just can't live like that all the time, being constantly stressed, being constantly broken, pushing yourself to the limits like I did all the time. You know, I mean, I was constantly 24/7, go, go, go. I've got to please everyone. I've got to do everything for everyone. And there was only me to do it all. So I pushed myself, and um, I went through years of court as well with the kids' dads and stuff like that. It's a hard time for me. I was like 6 years through mental health issues and struggling as a single mum. Like, because I had antenatal and postnatal depression as well with the two babies because of everything that I said about earlier. Um, that was sort of when I first got my diagnosis of mental health. It was actually started as postnatal, but I was pregnant again, so it was postnatal and antenatal depression, and then it roller coasted from there. But my doctor always said to me that I was a victim of circumstance, not just like I don't have like a mental health diagnosis like bipolar or anything like that, but I do have many mental health issues, and self harm and stuff have always been very, very difficult for me. Very difficult, even to this day. I battle with self harm on a daily basis. I think that it's still. I don't think it'll ever go away from me. But I just have learned that I have to control it. That the only way that I can live a full life to the best of my ability under my circumstances is to control that. And since I've become physically so unwell, I just look back and think, why did I let myself be so damaged and controlled by my own mental health, my own, like, I didn't trust people because I'd been hurt. I didn't um, respect myself because other people didn't respect me. I go for terrible people in relationships. I'm literally attracted to bad boys, you know what I mean? Um, it was almost like my whole life was always on self destruct. I was always trying to damage myself, really. Like, obviously, some things happened to me, but a lot of my problems, yeah, I've caused a lot of my own problems in life as well. And I think that it just like being constantly mentally stressed like that just is always going to leave you unwell in some way or another. Your body just turns on you eventually and says, "Nope, you're toxic. You're being toxic. You're too negative. We're going to form a disease." And it made me more positive. It really did make me more positive. I very rapidly, after finding out that I had a disease that was going to kill me well beyond before my time, like well before I'm ready. Bearing in mind I was 35, my kids are just young, you know what I mean? They don't need to be losing their mum yet. And even with the diseases that I've got, I'm still very young to be at that point where I have to face like writing wills and shit like that. Um, I think that it just destroyed me, destroyed my like my body just went, we've had enough. what are you doing? Sit down, shut up, get on with it. And at that point, and when I felt, obviously by that time I'd sort of started picking myself up a bit more, that I wasn't going to give in to the rheumatoid pain and that. But when the doctor started saying about the RA lung disease, it was like, okay, well now I might only have 3 years, so I need to do the best I can do with it, whatever that is. Part of that was my channel, and obviously being here for my kids. And I fight hard, like through the infections and that. I fight very hard to stay here for my family. I don't want to give up yet. It always stays with you, honey. It affects every friendship and relationship you have and the way you deal with things. It's so true. I feel you too, darling. Bless you, honey. When I fell pregnant last month, the doctor said I was to be checked regular. I miscarried. I'm okay, don't worry. But yes, you have to keep an eye on things. You sound like you've done amazing. I can tell it has made you a strong person. It really has made me a stronger person. I think it has to make you a stronger person. You can either let life break you or let life make you. The only way to not achieve is to not try. So you might as well try for the best that you can be. It is easy to let mental health take you to a place where you don't try. I would do things like not pay my bills, not interact. I wouldn't answer the phone. I wouldn't answer the door. I was agoraphobic and stuff like that. So you end up avoiding life because of your mental health issues, and it's not a way to waste your time. Take it from my words, my wise words that I have learned the very hard way, that life is not for wasting. Life is not for being sad when you don't need to be. Like, really always question yourself when you're hitting that anxiety peak, when you're hitting that depression peak. Do I really have this problem for a start? Is this actually a problem, or am I creating this a problem in my mind before I start interacting with other people and upsetting other people with my problems? Yeah. If I'm sitting here and I'm getting angry at someone, are they actually doing something that is worthy of me getting angry with them, or am I pissed off? Have I got PMS? Like, you have to get where you go to yourself. I'm not going to be ruled by it, because it will damage your physical health in the long run. It will eventually hit you, and it will knock you for six. And I wouldn't want that to happen to anyone else. I think protect yourself, protect your health, protect your mental health. But most of all, life is very short. Life is very short. You don't know what's coming. You never know. If you're going to end up like me, or even I haven't ended up yet. You don't know where I'm going yet. We don't know where I'm going yet. I'm still working on it. But always fight for the best. And like at the moment, we're still up in arms about what is my conditions and what like we don't talk life expectancy and stuff like that. But like it's very open. We don't really know the whole truth of everything with myself, and but so I'm just going to keep living as best as I can and try and like enjoy the time that I have, and like let my kids know that I love them every minute of every day, in every way that they are. I am proud of them and happy to call them my children, and you know and hold on to the good bits. There's good bits, right? Even when I was in a really bad place emotionally, there were some good times. There were some good things that happened. I've got some very fond memories of those times. I had some great laughs over the years, and it is all about trying to, instead of looking and going, "Oh God, I've got to get up today and do this and do that, and I hate my life." Get up today and say, I'm really grateful for my life. I'm pleased I'm proud of my family, and I'm pleased with the life I've got. I'm pleased with everything. Because if you don't acknowledge all the positives, you won't acknowledge all the positives. It's almost like a mantra to yourself to wake yourself up every day and really, like, do I want to make people feel good today, or do I want to make people feel bad? When I speak to someone, do I need to say that? And sometimes I do need to say that, and you'll know about it because I will. It's very rare that I actually do ever blow up or say anything rude or anything disrespectful to anyone online. But if I do actually sit here and say I'm going to talk about this subject, it is usually because I'm at that point where it's like this has got to be said, and I'm not gonna bow down to the pressure of not saying it now. But it's very rare that I will get that stressy or anything over anything because it's just, if you do not put yourself in that um, mental space of I I want to put positive out, then you're only enticing negative into your world as well. And yeah, my kids do. Thank you, Jazz. And yeah, mental attitude does play a big part. When I changed, it was a couple of years ago, and it was like for the first for about 18 months with RA, I really struggled to do the whole I'm okay, I can handle this disease. I wasn't. I was dark, I was dismal, I was depressed. I thought I'd never ever be myself again. I was like a big blimp overnight. I couldn't walk and talk and do anything. Do you know what I mean? I was pretty much like a completely incapable mother of children that needed me. It was just horrible. It was a horrible time. So of course I went into a dark place. Everyone does when they get ill. There's absolutely no controlling that really. But the quicker you can get yourself up and funk over that funk, and this goes for mental health as well, the quicker you can get yourself up and go, right, that was a hurdle. This was another shit thing that's happened in my life. But I'm going to be okay. I'm okay. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still holding on, and I'll still be here tomorrow. Because how many problems have you been through before? Hurdles have you gone through before where you've fallen flat on your face, life's gone wrong, everything's kicking you from every angle, and you really believe like the world's not a good place and you don't want to be a part of it, and then you get through it, don't you? And half the time you look back later in life when you're at my stage of life where you're sort of like I have a lot of time where I look back over things that have happened and that lessons that I've learned, and and you just think I can't even remember. Like there was times where I was literally um, I don't really want to trigger everyone, but I was in that sort of suicidal status for a long time, and now I just want to live. Stupid, isn't it? So stupid that that's how it works. Like I now know how much I wanted to live, but I didn't realise it for all those years. I wish I could impart that on people. Do you know what I mean? Like without giving them the horrors that I've been through to get to that. Like, wake up every day and be happy. Life's too short. And be kind, be good. Be a good soul that puts out good to the world because karma will come back otherwise. An error has occurred. It looks like I'm losing connection. Hello, hello, can you hear me, guys? It says an error has occurred. Playback ID. Da, 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 da. I'm going to have to get off, I think. Are you there, guys, or can you still hear me or see me? I was lagging badly, and then it just sort of cut off. You can hear me good. Oh, oh shit! Oh, bollocks. That's weird, isn't it? It's just gone off. I'm going to have to get off then, I guess, because it's really cut out. It's like same playback error and that. I wouldn't be surprised if someone's reported this talking. Oh, good. I know it's gone off on my YouTube studio, but I'm going to need to get off anyway because I've got to do dinner. It's like getting late. I've done my nails with you today. I need another coffee as well. You see, it's just so like it's cathartic to talk about my like experiences as well because I do like to put it out there. Like I feel like it can heal people a bit to be listening to that. Um, do you understand what I mean? Like, I want people to understand how important it is to try and be happy. It's not easy, and I would never ever say it is. Hiya, Liz, nice one. Hiya, Kirsty. You've got to put your best foot forward, whatever your circumstances are. Sometimes circumstances are so hard, and it does make it hard to put that best foot forward. But always remember, like, like when you're angry with someone, do you want to die and be the last thing that you said to the person that you love something mean and horrible because you had PMS or you felt a bit down that day? I've done that in my life many a times where I've snapped at people or you know, and I just look back now and think, no, I want people to understand that, you know, it's not always that bad. We think it is at the time, but you're going to be okay. Tomorrow's another day, you know, like no matter how shit you feel, if you have a panic attack, whatever, you will come through it. It will be okay. And there are many reasons in the world to be happy. Sometimes you just have to look and take note of it. Yeah, exactly. Don't ever go to bed on bad feelings or bad words in case you can never take it back. Exactly. And I actually had the experience once that I lost a friend, and it was only a little bit of a joke thing, but I'd said something to him previously, um, before he died, and I was always a bit gutted that I'd had a joke with him about owing me a tenner. Like, but I didn't really. I was never really rude or anything, but um, and yeah, the amount of times that I've been rushed to hospital and really unable to breathe at times, like I felt like my body was leaving my spirit, the spirit was leaving my body, um, and I've always just wanted that one more cuddle with my kids, that one more chance to tell them I love them. The memories that go through my head or the thoughts that go through my head aren't all of the things that were bad. It isn't how hard my life might have been. It's all the good things, all the good memories, all the things that made me smile, all the reasons why I want to be here. Um, it's more what goes through your head before you're dying is more about what the thing for me anyway. I suppose because of my age. I suppose if I was older and had more life experience, it wouldn't be like that. But because of my age, it's more about the things that I haven't done that I regret while I'm laying there dying in hospital and stuff. It's literally like, I think those are the things that rush through my head, not the, hiya Jim, welcome back, darling. That is what I sit and think about, not like, I want, I wish I hadn't have done this, or I wish that hadn't have happened to me. I don't sit and think like of all the bad thoughts, it's always the good thoughts that come. And I don't know, maybe that's my good karma, that's my good juju in me, is because I've tried to be kind and that to people. So I think that I get a bit of that back when I'm near death's door. Almost like, because I always feel like a warm glow, like I'm welcome to die, if that makes sense. I'm like they want their I'd be welcomed there. That they'd open arms, cuddle me and stuff if I decide to carry on to the other side. Do you know what I mean? Hi, Coco. Coco's come to say hello. Do you want to go out? Come on then. But yeah, if only I could give people that little moment of, do I really, am I really as sad as I feel right now, or when it comes to later on, will I wish that I hadn't have wasted my energy feeling so stressed out about something that didn't matter. My dad was a gillie on a big salmon river up in Scotland, yet to tile the flies. Cool. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to get off, aren't I? So busy. Like I've got so much to do, but I want more time to do it all. I'm gonna have to. I reckon I'll come on again tomorrow as well, probably if I can, as long as nothing goes wrong. And I'll do some of the storage box tomorrow, I think, because I need to crack on with that. I've got quite a few bits ready to go actually. I've made like these sections. We're going to make 6 drawers that go around like the outside of this sort of size. So there's going to be 6 of them that go along in a stream. And then there's also the paint holder that I'm going to do. The bear hasn't gone off the whole time, which makes me more convinced of its actual knowledgeable input on that other string where we used him. We'll do that a bit more tomorrow if you want, guys, yeah? But I've had him on the whole time I've been live sitting over here, and it didn't manifest anything for the whole stream. So that's interesting in itself. Castor, you need to be banned from buying fabulous. I love you. Right, I'm going to get off anyway, guys. I better cook some food and get sorted for the evening. If anybody else is going live tonight, give me a shout out and I will jump on and share you guys out and enjoy any content that you're putting out. It has been lovely to spend the afternoon chatting with you guys. I know not everybody wants to hear the story about the health stuff, but at the same time, it's a quite an interesting story if you think about it. And I think it gives other people with RA as well, like, wow, yeah, that happened to me, or this happened to me. And, you know, it's recognition of what the condition can do, isn't it? So, I love you all. Thank you, guys, for joining me. And I will see you again, hopefully tomorrow, yeah, guys, hopefully. I love you all. I think you're fab too, Jimmy. Brilliant. You're all brilliant, really. You've all been great to me. You've all been so supportive, and I really do love you all. It's really like the last couple of months have been, in spite of all the stress that's come with coming back and getting involved with the dramas and stuff. At the same time, it's actually been really good for me. It's been really good to feel like I've got friends out there as well again. You know, so I love you all. Thanks for joining me. Bye. Love you. Bye.